Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. Got those tiles that I've been talking about for the longest time. We're just going to try and paint a couple of a couple of sample ones tonight here. Last stream we were painting up a bunch of the figures. We did what, 5 of them? Right, 5 of them. I got some more that we'll be painting out. I've got, again, these are the most specialized of all the tiles. Standard tile is over here. So this is the this is the most common type right here. These are just called pathway tiles, and essentially there's really just 2 different ones. Well, 3 different ones. There's a single, there's a double, and then there's a double to a single. Then there's others, other kind of more specialty type ones. Here's another set. So basically, everybody everybody starts here. Hey there, Cam. Sorry this is so late, and sorry the voice is messed up. It has been just one of them kind of days, Camda. So there's your corruption hex right there. Hey there, Altfax and Polygram. Nice to see ya. We got the round table here. So again, Avalon, where everybody starts. This round table. This is where another specialty tile where councils can be held. These are 3 different types of basically multi-directional tiles. Thank you so much, Altfax. Appreciate that. I could definitely use me a little bit of this, Altfax. Thanks, Altfax. So Ken, with that half-hour, that 35-minute video that I just posted to the Patreon page, that took like 17 hours to film because of all the sound not working and all kinds of weird stuff going on. So again, figures and the tokens all go on tiles like so. So great to see you there, Camda. And again, here's kind of a little bit of a review here of some of the figs that we painted. I was trying to print out the large version of Arthur. I'm gonna have to redo the supports because some part of it failed. I don't remember. I think it's probably this part right here, or maybe his arm with the sword. One of the parts failed. We also have some paint on the die now. And here we go. This is the other thing. So there's you have pathway tiles, you have nodes, and you have relays. And the nodes, there's 3 different types. They go on top of the tiles. Again, that's kind of an indication of some kind of boost to the tile. And again, we have the corruption stuff. So again, all of these things designed to be, they are just printed them all out on the FDM printer, by the way. So Polygram, I hope that you're doing well. And same thing there, Altfax. Now let me see if I can get these back where they belong. Over here, get those over there. Get this over here. So I'm just going to try to do, again, some kind of basic stuff here. I don't think this is going to be super ideal, paint it like this, but we'll give it a shot here. Hey there, Valfera. Sorry that everything is so late. I know that makes it really hard on you there to try and keep your streak going, because we got a couple of, was it the 106 club now? I think it's the 106 club. So I'm just going to try and do some dry brushy things in there. Say, hey there, Armored Wolf. Again, sorry about all of the lateness and such. But at least I was able to get that video filmed. Let me see. Just maybe we'll grab something like this here. And again, we want something more specialized. I'm going to start out with maybe some stony type texture here. So perhaps something like this. Again, mostly Elkids here. There's still some of the whatchamacallit left over from the Nimue episode. Oh, sorry about that, Altfax. Well, here we'll do a hype train for you since there you go. There's a hype train for Altfax. So Valfair, I'm guessing still very much with the immobility at this point. So again, we're just going to start dropping in a little bit of this here. Believe it or not, actually, Camden, I was starting to think that the markers for some of this, they actually might work. Believe it or not, Camden, I might even film an episode. I might actually film an episode of me painting these. I'm not sure. Also, too, I was thinking, do I color code these things? You know, where one is more blue, because I did that with these, since now originally I was going to go red with these, but we already have red here for the corruption stuff, so we don't want to have that. So we're going to go green, blue, and then the grail ones here. These are going to be gold. Nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. Oh, no problem there, Altfax. So again, I'm just going to do that little bit of dry brush, and now we're going to do some of that over here. Like you do. Get that around the sides here. Now, so Paradigm Paints. There's been a name change. There's a new paradigm. Paradigm just changed the paradigm and changed it on a dime. So Paradigm, thanks for being here. And Nurgle Matthew, I hope that everything is going great for you too. Now this is probably the most unusual thing that I've ever painted because, well, I've never really painted game tiles before because I've never had game tiles before. First time for everything, right, Valfira? So glowing blue. So we're gonna be doing. We got our oh, speaking of which, where's that thinner? We should have done this before. There you go. So some of the thinner sitting on there. And of course, where'd she go? There she is. So the this video went up yesterday or something like that, and she already has her water effects, fabulous little ripple effects there. So yep, there's she has got to start putting magnets on these things. Something I'm gonna be doing. One of the 10,000 things I'll be doing after the stream is putting magnets on those things. Boy, Velfir. Actually, Velfir. Let's see. Uh, I'm thinking Armored Wolf. That the muscle contraction thing. What was that? I forget what that device was called. I wonder if that could actually be useful in that situation. So Paradigm, I hope that the day treated you well. Again, same thing there, Altfax and Nurgle Matthew. Of course, Camden, if you want to share stuff in the chat, and Paradigm, you want to share some stuff in the chat too, please go ahead. Let me do this. And it turns out that I am I'm actually over a month ahead on the garden. Because it turns out there were some seeds, I didn't order those until June 4th. That's when I ordered the seeds. So that meant the soonest they got here was June 6th or 7th. I don't think they went in the dirt like immediate when they walked in the door, because that's what seeds do. They just walk around. Yeah, I think it was probably like June 10th, maybe before like things were really growing at all. So I guess I'm way out in front. Hey there, Irid. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Camden just shared. So, Irid, why don't you share your Pinterest link? And of course, Irid, I hope that things are holding together reasonably well. And again, everybody, please give Irid a Kenway a follow. Because, Irid, you'll be doing your usual Friday, Saturday streams, right, Irid? And I think it's still more jewelry from all of your, from all the stuff you got from the fabulous Gem and Jewelry show that you were able to get to. Actually, I did see something there, Arid. It was too crazy. I couldn't read what it was, but there was something. So I saw there was a post. Now, I didn't mention the Easter Bunny, but I figured that that post was about the Easter Bunny. That's fantastic there, Camda. Oh, some more painting. Okay, that's fabulous. That is fabulous there. So again, I'm just doing some lighter dry brushy stuff here. Yeah, nothing terribly fancy for now. We're gonna start doing some glazy things. And again, these are the grail nodes right here. Now, they're not going to go over relays per se, but they could go over relays too. So the idea is that you can still see what the tile is here. I didn't want to do yet another token because we have a bazillion tokens right now. We don't need more of those. I went with something like this. It's also, I mean, again, easy to print these things out. These actually print out almost better in FDM than they do on the regular printer. That is bizarre. I was not expecting that. And then again, it's kind of nice to see a little something, something on the dice, but we'll hit them with some paint too. I believes we can start doing some glazy stuff here. All right. Oh, wait, timeout. I lied. I totally 100% lied. I'm going to do this on here. Totally lied. Oh, I'm going to do this on the... Yeah, I'm going to do this on the Grail tile too. Also, here. Yep, I'm going to do that. And I'm going to maybe use this. Now it's going to be a little bit of the Mars Yellow Jeep. Good enough. Like this here. So again, this is another one of those super specialty. These are like two of the most specialty tiles because this is where the players begin, is on Avalon, and then this is something that may never even show up in a game. This is the digital round table here. It's kind of like a bit of a court. The players, one of the things they can do there is kind of maybe say, yeah, you know what, so and so is acting a bit peculiar. Maybe we should have a little bit of a check on so and so, because again they're acting a little funky. All right, there we go. Yeah, that's a little bit, a little something on there now. All right, where's my Grail? That certainly needs to be some. Okay, what is it bumping into there? It's bumping into my figures, which is less than ideal. I probably shouldn't have stuck this one on here, but it is what it is. We'll roll with it. I get to do some non-metallic metal. I get to do all kinds of glowy stuff too. That should be fun. Nah, back to this. Now, Irid, well, just let me know if you need me to activate the autocorrect monster there, Irid, to expose it. Now, there is no autocorrect monster in this game, by the way. There's no autocorrect monster here. So yeah, I was trying to film that episode there where all I wanted to do was film how I made those holders, and for whatever reason, the sound, it wasn't picking up the microphone. I'm like, I've filmed I don't know how many episodes on this machine. It's never not done that, but it chose to do that today, which was ideal. In a way that wasn't. Then, uh, then I'm in there. I'm trying to film the stupid thing, and I go to do the Boolean operation, except because I only do names. I don't do names, dates, times, or Boolean operations. Apparently, only words. I'm like, why is this not working? It's because I did a right click instead of using the top menu, because they're different things apparently. The Boolean operation in the top menu in Bamboo does something different, or it works differently than the right click Boolean operation. So yeah, I found that out the hard way as we activate the dreaded autocorrect monster for Irdican Wife. So if your chat post is unjustifiably altered by the autocorrect monster, you can of course expose him to the light of day. Just as it did to Irid there. Now I also got the Indian yellow out there on the palette. Not using that just yet. Not just yet. Gonna go with something a little lighter here. Now we're talking. Now we's talking. And you see, I'm not doing it evenly all the way around. I'm kind of a little gap here, then that. You know what? I'm going to go this way. So the tiles here, took a couple of operations in Blender to create these. Oh, I also did an even more complex task in Blender. I did my first sculpted texture in Blender. Now again, still haven't had a chance to set up any pressure sensitive tablets yet. It was still done with a mouse, but it was just basically doing lines. So it was essentially stuff like this. That's all I was trying to do. But I'd never done that before. And I'm a little bit bummed that the Arthur, I can just tell there's some kind of weird failure on there. Don't know what it is, but there's some kind of failure on there. So all of the, again, the relay tiles here, these are the only multi-directional tiles in the game. So even a tile like this is considered connected. Otherwise, the only way you can have a connected tile is, like say, there's a single to a single or a double to a double. This is, so basically all the tiles around a one of these relays is considered connected. Needless to say, those are high value targets for Mordred. Of course, you don't know what Mordred's he has several different secret agendas not choose from. He basically has to essentially roll on those. It's a random roll of what Mordred's what his agenda is going to be. So his agenda might have nothing to do with these things. His agenda might have to be like, okay, make sure this character is corrupted. So that is again something that's I was trying to instill in this game for replayability, and also too this notion that, well, okay, you win the same way every time. Here there could be dozens and dozens of different ways to win for both sides. There was a few different games that, well, first of all, they gave me the idea because they are like that, where it's just like, okay, you do this, 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 and this, and if this it's over. There's no point in playing the rest of the game. And then there was a couple of games that actually they instituted that to prevent just that very thing, and a couple of different ways of doing it. Now, obviously, okay, let's say you take a Middle Earth SPG. There's scenarios, because otherwise it's like kill 'em all, which gets real boring real fast. So they created those scenarios so that at least the game might be a little bit different each time. It might be that Mordred is only interested in relays. He might only be interested in these nodes, or it could be combinations thereof. So Paradigm, I'm trying to go both ways on that. Obviously, I think it will be a six-person game if Mordred is an actual player character. Pretty much, I think the one character that, what would you say, of the regular character would be Morgan Le Fay. That's probably the most one that's going to be most driven by just some kind of a, well, basically almost like an AI. But Mordred, the idea is that Mordred is definitely a playable character. And then you've got obviously Galahad, Lancelot, Nimue, Guinevere, and let's say you only have four people. I'm trying to create a thing where, you know, okay, do I want to just say, look, you have to at least have Arthur. You gotta have Arthur. You can't not have Arthur. So in a two-person game, it would essentially kind of be like Arthur versus Mordred, and it would be something along the lines of where Arthur would maybe get to control the other characters, and Mordred would get to control Morgan Le Fay. I'm gonna go a little lighter. Yeah. I'll go with this. Fine, we'll do it. So again, this is a relay, and this is essentially like a level 2 relay. The Grail And the only people that can lay these down would be Galahad and Arthur. Nobody else, nobody else can do these. Anybody, well, almost anybody can do these. Actually, Nimue, well, yeah, Nimue can do. Nimue is her specialty is the pathway tiles. That's kind of Nimue's special. The flow of the pathway is Nimue's specialty. Trying to go a little lighter here. Now, our Avalon here. And essentially, as a, would you say, a general type of thing, characters along the lines of, so Arthur is the only character that can remove corruption. Because, Arthur, Lancelot, and Galahad, they are primarily defensive types. Galahad can do some restoration. Lancelot is the easiest of all the characters to corrupt. Galahad is the most difficult of the characters to corrupt. So that's why, okay, if Mordred, if his agenda is to make sure that by the end of the game Galahad is corrupted, that's he's going to have to spend some resources on that. The Green Knight is not a player character. That is an NPC. And the Green Knight, essentially, when there's X amount of corruption on the board, you roll a dice. And should he show up, he essentially kind of judges the nearest player character. And it's not necessarily always bad for for your Grail faction. It's not always great for Mordred. Because if Mordred's the closest one, there's a potential that the Green Knight makes Mordred reveal what his agenda is. Length paradigm. And again, I've got hundreds of pages of notes and storyline stuff and some preliminary illustrations and such. And initially I wanted it to be more of a card-based thing, but the whole idea is a paradigm that you can print this out yourself. Hence all the tiles, hence all the markers and counters and all that kind of stuff, and dice. And this is the one you could use, just this one dice. If you could just use a regular D6 too. So I tried to make it kind of work all ways. You could use the D6 if you want. You don't use the D6 if you don't want. Or print it out if you don't want to have to print it. You just use a regular D6. Belphira, Mordred is he is very powerful. He is really, really powerful. And remember, all he might have to do to win is just corrupt Arthur. He might be doing all this other stuff with tiles and everything else, and you're thinking, yeah, I'm going to do a Grand Oracle thing, and I'm going to cheer. Or, no, he's just trying to corrupt Arthur. So that's, again, that's why there's victory conditions there, Belphira. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. So it's not sides, Belphira. They just, they might shift agendas as well. So think instead of, say, the Battlestar Galactica game, where once you're a Cylon, you're just a Cylon, Belphira. This is more like those, what the heck are they called? Those Cthulhu games, Belphira, where, what am I trying to say here? Where, you might still be working with the players. You are just now, you've fallen into madness. Think of it that way, Belphira. You've kind of gone a little bit bonkers. Yeah, I think that's a better way to think of it, Belphira, is you just kind of, you're going a little loopy. So great to see you there, Grand Oracle. Again, appreciate you being here. So hopefully that makes some sense there, Belphira, that again, it's not so much like you just turn. Also, too, that's right, Morgan Le Fay, again, is very much, plays both sides, Belphira, I guess you could put it that way. So, Grand Oracle, I hope that all is well And again, for the folks on Instagram that couldn't hear the spoken word song that went with all the graphics that I sent you, there's nothing I can do about that. I've tried like 10 different things, and apparently nothing works. So basically, Instagram, for whatever reason, there's no way to send things like sound files and stuff. That is one possible result there, Valfira. We're, oh, I'm actually painting it, Velf. It was cleverly hidden right in front of my face. That's what this is for, Valfira. So this is where you can call. If this is out on the board, you can't, and it's connected, you can potentially call a council, and that's where you try to say, hey, so and so is acting a little bit peculiar. See, that's hilarious, Valfira, because for a couple of people, it didn't work. No matter what I did, it did not play for him. But I'm glad it actually played for you there, Valfira. So, Valfira, the whole point of that, think of it as a test for. Remember how I wanted to do basically like a video novel of all the Cyberthuria story? So, think of, a chapter where it's Mordred, and he's talking. Then there's another chapter where it's Arthur. Then there's another chapter where it's Nimue. Yeah, see, so Camden, I think Camden, it might have something to do with your settings too, because I did the GPT things to see what the heck is going on, and it did say sometimes it's what on the other end, because it plays fine for me. Obviously, it played for Valfira, and I just thought that would be super fun there, Valfira, because I mean we have plenty of artwork. We have all of the words, right? Because it's the story for the game. So all that stuff exists, kind of like that, all that celestial mythology stuff. It's there already. Why not utilize it in a different way? I just for some reason, Valfira, I just happened to run across that, and on a whim, I took some of the pictures, right, and I created that. And said, okay, good. That means I can do this kind of thing for the Cyberthurians. That might be it, because Valfera and I are Android to Android. And it did mention that, Camda. It did say there is an Apple versus iPhone, or Apple versus not kind of thing there too. Because what I thought at first, it was the stupid little graphic that it showed. It's like a little, again, some stupid little graphic that it puts on the song. And I thought, okay, maybe if I get rid of that. But that obviously that wasn't enough to do it. So what I'm going to be doing over this stuff here is we're going to start doing some of the glazes of the manganese blue, and then we'll get even darker glazes around that too. I just wish there was. I'll just email it to you there, Camda, because that always works, right? I know that's same for recoil. So if I send you that in an email, it should be good, right, Camda? Because everything else you got just fine, right? So there's been a lot of I don't want to say that there's been complexifying and decomplexifying all at the same time, because this seems like complexifying, right? Having two different things, it actually simplifies, because instead of having like 20 of these type of things, now it's just okay, there's three types of relays. That's it. Because I really wanted it to be where only certain people could either influence or drop these things down. And of course, obviously, a Grail hex takes a lot of resources. Less if you're Arthur, less if you're, of course, Galahad. And also think of it this way, Valfira. So something like, okay, a corrupted Galahad, he might be more likely to try and he might put one of these up so that he could take it, or get more of the Grail fragments. So think of it almost like Boromir, Valfira, where it's like, oh, you just left him alone with a certain hobbit. Well, maybe something happens. So see you in a little bit there, Irid. See you in a little bit. How's about we welcome in our traditional double raid? Yes, it's a double raid. That's going to be Kaylee, and that's going to be Cap. Cap is going to be coming in here in a second. Cap is coming in hot. Cap and Kaylee. There's Cap. There he is. So hey, Cap, great to see you. And of course, Kaylee, thanks so much for the raid. You go off, do your post-stream stuff. I know that's what you're going to do. Everybody, please give Kaylee a follow. Also, give Catmaster a follow. So, Cap, like usual, you want to share stuff in the chat. Please go ahead and do that. Now, this is kind of unusual here, Cap. So these are the first. Now, these are the specialty tiles for my Cyberthuria board game. All those figures that I've been painting, Cap. Yeah, these are the specialty tiles right here. This is more of a standard type tile. And that's basically called a pathway tile. We also have we have another little specialty thing. We have nodes here. Oh look, we even have a corruption tile there. So yeah, that's a bit of a, there's a corruption hex that's that Mordred can drop down. We've got our dice, and of course we've got our other counters. But look at this. We also have miniatures now, Cap. We've got miniatures. Oh, and there might be a little bit of freehand on these too. So we actually have miniatures for the game. Here's some of the miniatures. Check it out. There's Galahad. There's Lancelot. And this is super fun. Check this out. Yep. So there's you might have, were you rate? I don't think you rated when we were painting this. But yeah, now we have, and these are simplified. So these are essentially the same as these, but these are simplified so that you can print them out at 28 mil, and we are painting up those. So again, that's, oh, and look, we even have the same dragony stuff there, and of course, I do believe I finally got a good printout of Galahad here. We'll see, but yeah, this is Galahad. Again, a little bit of freehand there, and where's our Nimue? Here we go. So there's a tale of two Nimues for you there, Cap. Look at that. So this is a board game that I've been working on for quite some time. Well, I don't know, maybe a month and a half, something like that. For quite a few hours have gone into it. Here you can see some of the other stuff. Oh, I've even got 8x8 boxes. And look at this, Camda trays. Trays for holding all the stuff there. So again, here's some of the other hexes. So you can see here you've got a double pathway. And then here, this is, again, this might be something, Valfira, that maybe a player that's not so nice is going to drop this down. Or, let's say you can see it's headed somewhere where there's corruption. You could drop this down, Valfira, to isolate that corruption somewhere. So, yeah. At first, it was going to be, they were actually going to be corrupted tiles. Like, there's going to be a corrupted version of this that you'd have to flip over. That was going to be a nightmare, Valfira, on many fronts. So instead, you just drop that on there, and now it's corrupted. And of course, again, we have our fabulous dice. We're going to try and get some paint on these. I mean, they're just basically a D6, but they have, you know, obviously an Excalibur symbol on there and all that kind of stuff. There you go. Rolling dice. Rolling dice. So, Catmaster, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, you know the deal. Please go ahead and do that. Yeah, that was super fun there, Valfira. Now, Grand Oracle, here's hoping that things are just a little bit better. I know I keep asking you all the time. I just keep hoping that things are getting a little bit better with the knee and such. Maybe a lot better. Maybe a whole lot better. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Well, thanks so much again, Catmaster. And again, everybody, please give Catmaster a follow. So, Cap, why don't you post some stuffs in the chat super quick before you head off to sleepy buys there? And again, same thing for Kaylee. If you want, I know Kaylee's probably already taken off, but we appreciate the raid. Now we're gonna be doing a whole bunch of darker glazy stuff here. Whole bunch of darker glazy stuff. 1 second here. That is not it. That's what I wanted. Trying to scare up one of my references here. Now again, there's been lots and lots of changes as I'm working on the game. Now at first there wasn't really going to be corrupted versions of the characters. Now there are, because I have a whole bunch of sculpts. I don't know if we'll be getting to those this week. Also, another little programming note: the Saturday stream could either be like practically Sunday morning, or it could just be Sunday. We might have to do a substitute Saturday stream. Again, I don't know how that's going to play out, but it might play out that way, because I have to be somewhere. All right, there we go. Everybody check out that Instagram link. Check that out. So I hope that you're feeling, hope that you're also feeling better there, Cap. I know you were saying last time around that you got nailed by a little something there. So hopefully feeling better. So you can see the difference already. Here, let me move these guys. Oh, and here's where is she? There she is. So there's Guinevere. So there's basically your board game version, and there's your miniature. There's your 75 mil scale version, or 75 mil size, not scale. Now that's fantastic, Paradigm. And again, Paradigm, you want to share some of the BattleTech stuff? Feel free to do that. Now, Velfair, I don't know if you wanted to share your dragon thing is very well. No, that's not quite the same genre of dragon, is it? It's a little different genre of dragon. I'm glad that you're doing better there, Cap. Yeah, I know that that's kind of a thing that happens. Now again, you're like, wait a minute, you're making your light stuff darker. This stuff is going to be way darker. Basically, I'm serious, Cam. I was thinking about the markers for the relay tiles. Let me just grab another one here, because I'm thinking that it might be easier to do those with the marker than it is maybe with, because the markers do well with lighter colors. That's what I was gonna try and film, Camda. I'm gonna maybe film that little bit of a tester and see, is one really, is there something that they actually genuinely do better than the brushes, or is it like, nah, there's almost nothing they ever do better than the brushes. Hey, Real Brush Guy, how you doing? Everybody please give the Real Brush Guy a follow. Real Brush Guy, why don't you post some fabulous stuff in the chat? I know you got stuff to post. I know you got stuff that you can post. Now again, where's our Green Knight? Oh, here he is. So this was our latest figure that we painted on stream, and he's kind of big. He is kind of huge. And this is the one I was using the new holders on. So that was pretty fun painting up him. I've also kind of rearranged some things, and I kind of started rearranging things in the room here, since, well, I've got to have more of this stuff around. So there's some stuff that's exiting the building, like all of the Trench Crusade stuff / Byzantium Wars. Yeah, that's kind of being pushed aside to make room for this. I'm really glad that I didn't sit there. So, I'm gonna just paint all of the tiles today. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I didn't do that. Well, reality also, other reality stepped in. So again, Real Brush Guy, why don't you share some fabulous stuff in chat there? Appreciate you being here, of course. Let me hit this again. Around there. There we go. And the whole point of this game is that you could print it up entirely yourself. The only cards there to print are just the character cards. There's no double-sided anything. That meant having to go more towards the dice and some of these other mechanics. So if you're wondering why some of the mechanics were chosen, it's kind of based on, well, the production, which is you. You are the production. You can print these tiles whatever size you want. These are roughly 60-ish. I mean, you could put a 60 mil base inside of them and pretty much be touching the corners. You could print them at 80. Just remember, the bigger you print these things, the bigger table you're going to need. Was that Star Trek Ascendancy? I'm fairly certain even there, those circles are maybe 90 mil tops. So again, you print it however big or small you want. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Real Brush Guy just posted there. Glad that you're still able to do a little bit of paintings there, Real Brush Guy. No problem there, Paradigm. Now, Paradigm, if you got any, like a Facebook thing or something, or if you got a Discord link or something there in Paradigm, that would work too. Nice to see you there, Lo. Happy Friday there, Lo. So Velfair, those have not been touched. Once they got out of the box in their new area, they have not been touched. I can tell you this, Velfair, guess what? Where'd my other tile go? Oh, here it is. That the furnace room, it turns out that was an ideal place to put the Anycubics, because it was well, obviously it was like 39 degrees last night. I think it's maybe 39 out there right now. It's very warm in that furnace room, Velfira. I mean, not like it wasn't warm elsewhere in the basement because the furnace was going, but the furnace room is already because it's small. I mean, it's not like the entire basement. So actually, Velfira, that new room has worked out very well. There's a part of me, Velfira, that wishes I had done that from the start, but that wasn't possible. But I'm hoping, well, basically, you know, it's supposed to be this Tuesday and Wednesday. Well, now I'm targeting next Tuesday and Wednesday for doing that. Part of it was, Velfira, I had to do lots of filming, and that pretty much killed any opportunity to do the Saturn. Let me do this. And also, too, well, that's the other thing. Speaking of Saturday, again, that's since I may not be around here Saturday, that's another reason why it's like, okay, we'll just have to wait on that. Let me try something here. Let me get some of that going. I was tempted to use some of my fabulous Perline Crimson, but I'm just going to stick with this little mix for right now. Let me see what this is going to do here. Come on, a little more. Okay, there we go. There you go. Now, Velfira, I have been stockpiling the red, the clear red. Also, well, I don't think I've gotten another clear. I haven't done the clear blue yet. Oh, also, too, gee whiz. I keep forgetting. There's new kitties. So we got 7 of these Armored Wolf. So yeah, here's some of the new kitties right there. There's your pirate kitty. More pirate kitty. More pirate kitty. So yeah, Armored Wolf, there's 7 of these plus the bas relief. So there's a bunch of those now. I'll try to make a few more, but I mean that should be pretty decent for Gen Con. Well, I guess Dragon Con too. Actually, geez, Armored Wolf, I'm gonna have to show you some of the displays that I use for the miniatures and stuff. Now that you're gonna have miniatures there with your kitties and stuff. I mean, obviously, cupcake displays can work, and I know, well, Charity's probably got cupcake displays like aplenty. I mean, already starts to make a big old difference there. Now, our Avalon town. Again, this is where everybody starts. Initially, it was going to be just where Arthur starts, uh, just to make things easier. Literally, you're like, why does everybody start here? It's because it's easier. That's It's a super complex reason, right, Velfera? Why everybody starts there? It's like, yeah, you start there or you start there. Or you can also start there. It's your choice. You have many different choices on where to start, like here. Also here. And if you really want to be different, you can start here. Did I mention you're starting here? Yeah. You're starting here. That is your choice and your only choice. Another one of the victory conditions, of course, is for Mordred to essentially cut off Avalon from the rest of the network. Remember, too, there's also the lady, our onion lady, right? Oh, and she has water effects now. Oh, that's right. Yeah, now she's got her fabulous water effects there. It does make that circuitry look even more interesting. So again, now that's the other thing too, is that Mordred might just be purely trying to overload the mainframe, which is Our Lady of Shallots, our onion lady there. So that's one of the mechanics there, Velfera, for making sure that Mordred's not like, holy smokes, it's me against everybody. His agenda could be quite simple. It could be simple as saying hello to Daddy Kelt, who dares to enter our domain. Great to see you there, Daddy Kelt. Everybody please give Daddy Kelt a follow. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that as he enters our domain. Right, Ren, our domain here is all about our board game. We are working on our first sample hexes. These are our specialty hexes right here. So we got the corruption counter, basically the game start, a one-of-a-kind tile here, and then some other rare tiles here. These relay tiles. Typical tile is more like this. These are called pathway tiles. And this is another little specialty item, and there's 3 different ones of these. These are our nodes. We also have our fabulous dice. We have all kinds of fabulous counters, which go on the tile. Oh, wait a minute. What's that sitting on that tile? Yes, miniatures. We have miniatures now that go with the game. Hey there, 16. How you doing? Nice to see you there, 16. So again, here's your other types of nodes right here. So that's a power node, data node, and this is a grail node. Again, the reason why there's different nodes, obviously Lancelot, this is going to be his kind of specialty right here. This is going to be a Nimue and Guinevere specialty there. Nice to see you there, Pascal. Everybody please check out that Instagram link that Pascal just shared. Now here, while we're at it, again, we've been doing this. This is pretty fun to show the 75 mil and then the board game version. Still got their free hands. I think you saw this one being painted, right, Pascal? I'm pretty sure that you did. And of course, here's our fabulous Nimue right here. There you go. Again, this is a simplified one. You can see we got rid of all of this, right? And just had it be the figure itself. And again, everybody please give Pascal Rules a follow. Here's another one. So again, this is the 75 mil version of Gwenny. Got the free hands and all that kind of stuff going on. Let me move this over here, and let me, again, I'm trying to do some glazy stuff on Avalon here. So again, everybody please check out the Instagram link. Give Daddy Kilt a follow. Also give Pascal a follow. More of our oh, I'm gonna go ultramarine. I'm gonna go ultramarine in here. There you go. So this is gonna start to again take on a little more and the more of our value and such. Let's go even, and you can see there's the Avalon right there. Where's me indigo? There we go. There's some indigo. You know what? I might even go Salo indigo, which is a little bit of Salo green and the indigo combined. Ah, there you go. That's what we needed there. Now, Pascal, we're going to be streaming later on this morning. That was really wild. The last stream there, Pascal, where I think it was that the raid sound was turned off, and everybody was though, and Jinx was in there too. I think they were all Tenebrum and everybody trying to send messages and stuff. That was quite wild. Now here again, we have that lighter dry brush in place. We can mix with that. Now over here, you know what? I'm going to let that all set. I'm going to go back to these guys now. Well, pretty much with this similar thing here, we're going to take our Painsy Gray. Maybe even some of the Mars Black to really darken this up. But it's got to have a bluish tone. That's where the Prussian blue and the indigo are kind of handy. And now this stuff is gonna start to stand out here. That sounds like a lot of fun there. Sounds like a lot of fun there, Pascal. I hope you enjoy that. And again, everybody please give Pascal Ooze a follow. So yeah, once the shine, see that? Look at the difference there. Look at that difference. So we kind of had to be patient here. This is mostly a pinline wash. It's not exactly a pinline. If it was, this paint would be going all over the place. So it's more like a controlled pinline wash. And again, these are the very first sample tiles. The entire game is printable, as in printable by you. As in you can print the tiles, you can print the tokens, you can even print the dice. You can print all of it. The only cards are character cards. And, I mean, you can basically print those any old way. Or if you want to print them out super nice, you don't have a nice printer, you go to a Kinko's, Office Max, Office Depot, whatever's, and you can have them do it there. And it would literally be like, and then there was going to be some other pages of, well, some illustrations and some other charts and stuff that maybe you want to print those out too. And you know, things like box art, whatever, those would all just be in PDFs and such, so that you could try to print those out yourself. So again, you can see the difference that is starting to make here on our wee little hex. And just think of the other tiles. So it's going to go the same way on the other tiles, doing the same thing. Now, if I was going to be doing this in a true mass quantity there, I would just mix all this darker stuff into a, I'm almost tempted to do that, into a smaller little vat or something like that. And then we'll get basically kind of a gold / bronzy or brassy look on the outside of this tile here. So again, this right here is a level 2 relay. the different levels, different thing. It also it increases. Obviously, there's a resource cost to the various levels. They can do obviously more or less things, and then they also have more or less value as a target for Mordred. And again, it's not like Mordred is automatically going to target Grail relays every single time. It could be. He has no interest in it because his again his pathway to victory says something else. And that was a huge thing that I really wanted to include. Because first of all, I think it would be just more interesting anyway. And then again, from that replayability standpoint, because I realized right away it's like this could just be the very same thing over and over and over again. We got to make sure that it can be different every time. I'm hoping to their paradigm. Hoping it would be a little bit earlier than this. It just kind of depends on circumstances. This week it's just going to be kind of things will be up in the air this week, unfortunately. Normally I stream Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Monday. Again, we most likely will be either like doing like a Sunday stream or something like that. Again, not exactly ideal, but sometimes things play out that way. Definitely liking. Not now that yeah, there we go. And then when we hit this with our really light stuff, then we're really going to start to see that glow take off. This is something I've been waiting a while to see. I have to say, seeing these tiles with some paint on them. Actually, I'm going to start moving these over here because I just keep bashing into them with this. So one second, let me get some of these out of the way here. 1 second here. That's not helpful. Let's move this over here then. Okay, that wasn't helpful either. Okay, well, I think we can survive with that. I think that'll work. Again, this is sort of a glaze. It is not necessarily a glaze. We're gonna again get some glaze stuff on the grail. We're gonna be doing all kinds of. You can still see this. See, there's still some blue on the grail. It's gonna be a little bit like our golden Galahad here. Again, with all of the reflections. All right. More of our darker blue here. Yeah, we'll keep doing this. What's really crazy is that I first started working on the very first Cyberthuria stuff, that didn't even start until basically March. Yeah. It's pretty much been about 31 days. Let's see, so we've had these, 30 days in April. And of course, I was at Adepticon, so you can subtract a week there. So 7-ish weeks, maybe 7.5 weeks tops. All of the Cyberthurians, same thing with the Celtic goddesses, same thing with all this stuff. It is made from artwork that I did way back in the day when I used to do things like Renaissance fairs, Celtic fests. So all of this is adapted from artwork from quite some time ago. That's one of the reasons why it's happened so fast. I mean, it's like the Merlin over there. It's essentially my painting of Merlin just made cybernetic. I mean, that's how all this stuff pretty much is. When you start seeing the non-cyber versions of Morgan Le Fay and Nimue and Guinevere, it's going to be even more. It'll be shocking. It's basically like the painting itself turned three-dimensional and started walking around, or at least set itself on a base. Ooh, this is the relay tile here. It's going to be very fun now with these darks on it. And again, I'm thinking we're not going to go with the gold on the rim here. Again, people can paint these up however they want. They could do a purple glow on one, a different color glow on the other ones. And who knows, maybe I do that down the line. But right now I'm just kind of sticking with the blue glow here because that's what we've got on all of our player characters. I'm trying to save some things for obviously, well, expansions. And that would be in the form of characters for sure. Okay, Percival, Gawain, Uther Pendragon, Vortigern, Igraine. So there will be other characters coming. I just wanted to. These were the ones that I had, well, the most artwork for one thing. Also, because like when I got to Mordred, I never actually did the painting. That was when we stopped doing the Ren fairs and everything. So all I had was the drawing for Mordred. Whereas everybody else, I had the full-on paintings already. Alright, there we go. Bam. Alright, so now we've got those darks, and then I gotta do the same thing. So we'll put these to the side, and we're gonna do the same deal here. And when that is not so shiny, that's gonna look nice and dark. So we're just gonna get that off to the side there. You know, actually, I can put that over here. What am I doing? That's way easier. That is way easier. Also, too, that's going to be darker because I want to have all kinds of digital things going on there. I'll probably freehand some more circuitry in there. Ultramarine, some of the Prussian blue. I might have to put some more of that stuff out there. Again, we're mostly rolling with the alkyds here because this has to be dry. There is some regular oil paint out there that's left over from the Nimue series. Well, the last episode of the Nimue series, which was it yesterday? I put that up on the Patreon page. I just did throw up the latest episode. That was the printing workshop episode. It was a relatively simple one. It was about the brand new holders that I made, because I think we did an episode on the adapting the Battlecraft supplies ones. These are these are ones that I made myself, custom for basically all the new stuff that I'm doing. The Battlecraft supply ones, they don't really work too well for Battlefleet Gothic stuff at all. So that's another reason why I made these new holders. They will be far better for BFG stuff. Oh, also, that illustration that I sent the folks there, where it was that Bajoran Skylore story and all that. There was another thing that I did. It was a book on, well, starships. It was right at that same time. And I took one of the illustrations there. It was, a top view, a dorsal, ventral, side view, all that, front view. And I fed that, and I actually have that ship made now. I actually have that ship made as an STL. That's another thing that I want to do a test print on. Now let's get back to our Avalon here. So we're going to go gold around the outside, which means we shift over to this. Also Indian yellow here. Start breaking this stuff down. Probably should have had my thinner on here the whole time to start breaking that down. Okay, now it's starting to break it down a little bit. That's the weird thing about Indian yellow. It's hyper translucent, yet it's super, super thick. I mean, like massively thick. It looks like a light color. It is not a light color because, again, it is translucent. Now we're going to do this around the edge, and then we're going to hit the edge of our our digital round table. So that's a little bit of the burnt umber, and then also the Indian yellow. Maybe a little bit more. A little more of the Indian yellow. Also going to check me some more thinner. There we go. Of course, once I get it figured out how I can do it, I will try to stream games of this. So they're like the playtesting stuff. I might be streaming playtesting games, which obviously I'm gonna have to do all new overlays for that. Maybe like new scenes that'll maybe have little cut through of say the rules or some kind of diagram that shows what's going on. It'll be a little bit. People might be confused at first. What is going on here? So I apologize in advance for the confused. I would imagine June would be the very earliest for that. I would say not before June would something like that happen. Because this area right here, yeah, I could place like 10 tiles. That's the not even. That's not gonna work. So I'm gonna be. That's why I kind of started looking at the place where I was gonna be streaming. Whatchamacallit there, the my Lord of the Rings stuff. That table's still right there. And that would be perfect size for this. So that is probably where something like that would happen. It does mean taking all the stuff on that table off of that table. And that's going to take some time. Just getting that ready. Even if the game was done, that would take weeks to try and prepare that area. So again, now we're gonna. Oh, you know what? Geez, I could have done the same thing out here. There we are. Now I'm not gonna do this stuff. I think I can get away with it. The blue is set enough. I think we're good to go there. So there's going to be effectively some non-metallic metal gold on this. Hey there, Switchblade. Great to see you. And of course, Switchblade, like usual, he wants to share stuff. Please go ahead. Now I can't wait. Cannot wait to see the painted miniatures and the painted tokens, everything on the painted tiles there, Switchblade. Oh, I'm gonna be super excited about that. Again, hopefully everybody had themselves a good Thursday. Hopefully Friday is off to a nice start for everybody. And seeing the large scale ones next to the small ones there, Switchblade, well, that is really wild too. All right, let's here get back to our now that we're doing gold stuff. Let's start messing around with our Grail relay here. So we got Grail relay, high relay, and basically a standard slash regular relay. Yeah, this should be fun for doing again some glowy stuff on the sides of our Grail cup here. And again, the only characters that have anything to do with this would be Arthur himself and Galahad. Other characters not involved. Again, here's some of our, those are nodes, and those go over the top of our, this is a Grail relay here. Again, that goes over the top of a standard tile. These relays, like I said earlier, these are the only multi-directional tiles. So otherwise, everything else, a pathway tile pretty much just goes straight forward. That's it. These allow anything that's connected to these is considered connected to everything else. More of our, yeah. Let's get that down in there. all the way down in there. That's better. Again, more of our Indian yellow. I might have to throw some more of this out there. In fact, I might as well just do that now. And we're just using, again, much as I would love to use the Indian yellow from Williamsburg, we're using this so that it dries faster. Because, of course, Indian yellow, as the Williamsburg variety, it takes a long, long time to dry. You don't time it with a stopwatch, you time it with a calendar. Now again, this takes, well, it's a little less time breaking this down because at least now, it's kind of more out of the tube instead of just like been sitting on the pallet for a while. Yeah, Switchblade, it would take a wee while, wouldn't it? Now, of course, that Nimue, that's basically all dry because, well, we used the Alkyd white. That was the only Alkyd color. Oh, also too, Camda, I tried to get the Alkyd resin, and all of my other spray cans that I really need really bad. Well, I went to try and get it, and it said, "Oh, you can't use PayPal on back-ordered items." I'm like, "What's back-ordered?" Thinking it was one of the spray cans. No, it of course was the resin. So hopefully those spray cans will still be around by, I guess, May 4th is when it was supposed to be back in stock. Yeah, I was not going to order any other way but with PayPal. So sadly, no resin, no Alkyd resin for me. And this was, what, 2 days ago? Yeah, it was right after that stream there, Camda. And I thought, okay, let's do this. Let's do it now while I'm thinking about it. So again, we're getting our gold here. We'll do some more dark here on the standard relay, and then we're going to start doing our lighter stuff. So I know it's been a lot of glazy stuff. We've been doing like 1 hour and 12 minutes of dry brushing and then this darker glazy stuff. But we're getting there. We're almost to the point where we can start doing some lighter stuff. And that should make a big, big, big difference when we start to do that. Do some of this here. And again, Camda, hopefully everything, after the incident there, things are starting to really heal up pretty well. And again, very, very, very lucky too, right? Okay, we'll roll with that. Now over here, gonna start using them a little different. And this is just painting basically the Van Dyke Brown and our Mars Black here. Around the outside anyways. The actual grail thing, that I might go with more of a ultramarine or something. Like I said, I had entertained ideas for like different glows, but I kind of wanted to have that blue glow all through this, since we've been doing it on every single character and their bases and everything. Alright, now I'm going to go over here to the ultramarine blue for the upper parts of our relay here. Nah, that's good, Camden. That is good. I was kind of hoping that there was no, like weird secondary mischief or anything like that. That is good. So now, see, our glow starts to get that much lighter without having to make it that much lighter. So then we got to do a similar thing here on our, again, that's the high So actually, Nimue, this is something that Nimue and Guinevere again can also either assist with or also initiate. I couldn't, since it's possible. Okay, what if you don't have 6 people to play the game? If there's certain characters you're not using, if you can't do certain things without them, well, then that kind of is. Again, I'll try to have sort of NPC versions of things, so you could still conceivably have the character out on the board without somebody actually playing the kid. Now that's very much a pinline wash right there. That just traveled. That just hustled on down here. I was kind of hoping that's what would happen, and that is what happened. So Pascal, now if you're doing kind of what I do, you might end up going through more of it just because, well, the volume of stuff and the the larger figures and such. Let's see, what's this? So that's 236 mil. This will last you a while, but I would, if you can get the 500 there, Pascal, might as well get the 500. What is this? Is this only 130? Yeah, that's only 125 mil. Uh, Obviously, stuff like was that the MIG ammo stuff, the AK stuff, that pretty much comes in that 125. Yeah, ultimately, you do save money on the 500 there, Pascal. Ultimately, that is going to be much more economical. Oh, okay, yeah, definitely get that. And again, you're not really using it to clean anything, but you are, well, and you do large scale stuff too. So I thought, well, maybe for you that actually is that's going to be a decent bargain too. I'm gonna shift this here. I'm gonna shift that to a more of a blue here, away from the go more towards the blue. Even though that is even wet, I'm still gonna mess with it here. Now, how are we doing it? No, we gotta wait on that. We can't mess with that just yet. Well, let me know how that works for you there. I know that a few people utilize that stuff there, Pascal. Everybody also please give Ingones a follow. Thanks, Ingones. Boy, I could really use me some of this right now. Everybody please give Ingones a follow. That's 70 months worth, Ingones. Look at that. Ingones also streams the oil painting. So you definitely want to give Ingones the follow there. Go ahead and do that, please. I'm just going to go directly to, whoops, not that. I'm going to go directly to this, I think. Yeah, so Ingones, why don't you share some, I'm going to actually, this is going to be unprecedented. We're going directly to Fast Matte White also. Yeah, but all the rules are being broken here, for sure. Now, let me check Ola here on this. So we can, yeah, that's pretty much, and we can get back to our Avalon tile as well. Again, that's basically the start point for all of the regular player characters. At first, it was just going to be Arthur, and then I realized, nope. Trying to have a different start point for everybody, that's just insane. Especially, again, if some characters aren't out on the board. Galahad was kind of maybe going to be one of those that maybe he didn't start out on the board right away. His influence would be there. So Galahad would be more like a round 2 comes on the board sort of thing. And now we're going to start to try and make these even later here. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Ingones just posted. And everybody please give Ingones a follow. That'd be sensational. Yeah, so I'm just going to change that. I initially wasn't going to do this as the the blue, but I think I'm gonna change that to the blue. And again, we're just kind of waiting for some of the glaze stuff that we just added on our Grail Cup there. And again, these are all FDM printed. Now, it is the 0.2 layer or 0.08 layer height, not the 0.2 nozzle though. Great to see their surface tension. Surface tension, why don't you share that link there? Now, surface tension, I don't know if the spoken word song played for you. Again, with Instagram, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Most times it doesn't. But the whole point of that surface tension, again, that was a bit of a test to see if I could do something like that for all my Cyberthuria stuff. So if you did get to actually hear that, again, what I want to do is have audio of, say, Mordred reading a chapter about Mordred. Then we'd have another chapter about Nimue. It wouldn't really be like okay, here's page 1 of the story. It would be more like character profiles. So the Mordred video or whatever would just be Mordred. The Morgan Le Fay, same thing again. It would just be that character speaking, all from their perspective. So surface tension, there's an attachment there. Yeah, they spoke. It's about it should be 3 minutes and 5 seconds long. Their surface tension. So Celia, their paradigm. Thanks for being here. Good luck painting the BattleTech stuff. Their paradigm. Have a blast with that. So yeah, you can kind of see right, this is starting to emerge a little bit. We're going to be doing that with all of these guys here. Everybody, check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. Go check that out. So yeah, that was that Celestial Mythology project from way back in the day, and I really love doing that one. And surface tension, if it doesn't play, I can always shoot you that in an email, because that's what I do for Recoil and for Camda, because they in Instagram they also can't hear it. Right? See that? And we're actually going to do maybe a little bit of darker dry brush, much further down the line here. But I think you can see, right, there we're starting to get a little bit of glowies happening here. Little bit of glowies starting to take place. So again, everybody please check out that link that Surface Tension posted. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures there. Come on, gotta get the edges of these. There we are. So I think again that's going to start to make a big old difference. There was no ideal way to mount these to hold them and for you to see them. So I apologize if maybe it's a little tough to see what's going on at times with these guys. This is all very new as far as me trying to stream this stuff. And again, eventually, what I'm hoping is you'll be seeing on screen, you'll be seeing a whole bunch of tiles and maybe some character miniatures out there, some dice being rolled, all that fun stuff. I mean, it's a game after all. You gotta be careful there. Surface tension, you don't want to tempt the gods too much. They might put a hex on you or something like that. Well, they'll put a hex on your printer. That's it, surface tension, yes. They will put a hex on your printer. I mean, I've had dozens of hexes on my printer surface tension. Somehow they haven't been affected by it. I have no idea. I mean, you wouldn't think that would be the case. Dozens and dozens of hexes all over my printers. Even the resin ones. Although, no, maybe there has been too many hexes on the printers because I was trying to print out the node tiles, and for some whatever reason, when the spool ran out, it never alerted me that, like, yeah, the spool was out. It just kept going with nothing coming out of the nozzle. I'm like, what the heck is this? That's all it can print now, though, surface tension. That's the downside. It can't print anything else. So I guess we're just going to have to print really, really, really giant stuff surface tension that's made of just hexagons. Like massive statues or something like that, one hexagon at a time. Let me get a little bit of that. Not too much there. Okay, now these guys need some light again on this node here. The node knows. And again, some of these rules, like, okay, at first with the nodes, it was going to be, well, only this character can do this node. And then it was like, well, that works in a 6-player game, not so much in like a 3. And again, there was supposed to be all kinds of action cards and all this other kind of stuff, and well, that all had to go by the wayside if it was going to be a game printable by regular folks. And well, that would be me too, because me trying to print up action cards would be very difficult and expensive. Trying to get me some lighter stuff here in our, not necessarily windows. Actually, that should be much later at the top. Let's do this one here. Yeah, this is nowhere near white. I mean, this is light, but that is definitely not white. I'm just still surprised. Again, even though it's the, the fabulous 0.08 layer height, that really had some good results there. For an FDM printer, not too shabby. Nah, I need more thinner in that. Okay, I think we got that better consistency. And now to our grail. We can actually start to get some stuff on there too, I think. Yeah. And we're going to be hitting this stuff again too, because we went super glazy there. We'll hit it once again with a really, really, really dark dry brush stuff there. Most likely an indigo. Let me hit you. We gotta get the edge of this. We gotta get the edge of all of these guys. Like that. Just gonna at least mark that. There's her. Okay, there we go. And again, I printed up all these on the Bamboo X1. Now the smaller tokens, I did print those in resin. I have to say, I'm going to try printing these up on the Bamboo also, because I had to file the back of all of them. Yeah, I had to file the back of those. You really don't want to be printing those just sitting on the build plate. I mean, I can give that a try. That has just never really worked well. It doesn't matter what I'm trying to, like bases. Yeah, I try to print out bases, and I would always be basically breaking a corner of them. It just wasn't worth it. Now again, not everybody has an FDM printer, so you kind of have to have the option of printing them up in resin. Well, it might be, I get you'd still get more detail in resin than FDM, even with the 0.8 layer height. I try to make these things so that it wouldn't be super, super, super essential to have a resin printer for them, if that makes any sense. Now I can maybe start to do some lighter action here on our, again, this is a standard relay tile here. All the relay tiles, for all intents and purposes, the reason they're out there was that, remember I kept saying, well, we made things simpler, then complex, then simpler again. This was about making things simpler again. Because I had printed out, I don't know where one is, but I created essentially multi-directional tiles. I had, oh my gosh, something like 10 different standard tiles. And then I went, yeah, that's going to get cumbersome as far as printing all that stuff. Typical player turn, or round if you want to call it that. You draw 3 standard tiles and you place one, or you spend a bunch of resources and you try and drop down one of these relays or a node. So you can't do both. I guess you could think a little bit of Star Trek Ascendancy, except you're not exploring. You're building the board as you go. Yeah, with Ascendancy, you're more like, okay, I just got eaten by a nebula or something like that. Well, for me anyway, that's what's exactly going to happen to you. You'll get munched by some very nasty thing. Did I? Oh, no, I never did that over there. Okay, and I'm gonna get this one to like that. Just working with the stuff that's already here. Just doing a little bit of, almost like a little bit of dry brushy something there. That's it. Using the point, I almost said the 0.08, no, the 18-0 liner brush. There we go. I do words. Lighten you up a little. Some there. That probably should be lighter too. Yeah, throw a little bit of light along that. And we got plenty of our, plenty of dark on these things now, so our glaze stuff really should stand out. And this should start to also take on a bit of a glow when I do this. And again, that's going to still be, that's going to get lighter. Let me get that inside of that a little more, like that. There we are. There's still a little bit of our glazy stuff survived there. This is much more set. A lot easier to deal with that one right there. Yeah, this is definitely starting to get glowy. Had to be patient here. Cannot be a hasty little hobbit. Tempting, I know, to just kind of dive in there, not give that a chance to set. Now we're talking. Let's get rid of that. Okay, and I think we'll wander on back to these guys. Again, these are one-of-a-kind tiles right here. This is always out there because, again, this is where all the players start. So there's that. This is the Avalon here. And then this is the round table. Again, the round table, that is a place where councils can be called. Think of it, it's a place also, too, where you can practically stage like an intervention for characters that are maybe, well, they're starting to get kind of corrupted. You say, well, all right, we're looking at Lancelot. He's like one corruption point away from kind of falling off the wagon there. Maybe we should do an intervention. Let's call a council at the round table. Now the thing is, A, this has to be out there, and only Arthur can put it out there, and B, it has to be connected. And guess who might disrupt the connections there? So again, that is where Mordred, it's beyond just like, I'm just going to corrupt a bunch of axes. Mordred might say, okay, well, I'm really, my agenda is about corrupting the characters. I need to make sure this thing's not connected so that they cannot undo all of my hard work. Those pesky hobbits. The one thing they will invite surface tension to that, they'll invite Rene. Yes, Rene will be there. I mean, he got a collaborators award anyway too, right? He also was a hero of the Resistance. Ooh, yeah. Now that should, yeah. See, it already starts to initiate a little bit of a glowy thing going on here. Yeah. And these, we're going to change these back to our blue here. And again, Guinevere is kind of all about resource management. So putting out something like your round table hex, it's going to take a significant amount of resources, and that's something again where Guinevere can assist with that. Let me do this. Yes, and who knew that maybe also Mordred has a secret little crush there too? Surface tension. Oh, never did get our lighter stuff there. And let me try to do this. Let me find one of my tokens here. Again. Oh, also too, I've been printing out these trays, and those go in the 8x8 box. Oh, here's a, so there's a, that's a Merlin, that's a ward token. So Merlin is very much a defensive. There's a Lancelot token right there, obviously kind of geared towards defense. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Is I guess that's an Arthur token right there. So what I was looking for. Let's start doing some Excalibur-ish type stuff here. A little bit of light freehand on this. Get you going this way. Little circle there, maybe two. And then, is that where, let's see, I'm going to say Uther Pendragon, surface tension, shows up, and he lifts up his glasses, and he says, "It is I, Uther Pendragon. Master of disguises," and he just puts on a pair of glasses. Alright, so we've got our sword there now, and let's start to do, again, some of our, here, I might even do something like that. So that's going to come down this way. Then down. I'll certainly be making modifications to this. Well, it does, what would you say, Cam? It definitely rhymes a little bit better with Leclerc, for sure. Let's have that come straight down here, then out, then down, and then back this way, and then down here. I think it can't miss. And then, of course, well, we have to get our British airmen in there somehow. Okay, here we get our little balls down there. Another one that comes up like this. Attaches to that. It's going to come up over this way. Straight up there. Down. There. Another one here. So again, just a little light freehand stuff here. Nothing terribly elaborate. It's kind of come down this way. And then another one down. Here. Well, we'll be coming back with our darker stuff to do some cleanup things too. Let me go like that up here and then down. Okay, I think we've got a good little start on this then. And we're gonna have to let that sit. Let's wander. Oops, I'm getting rid of that. Let's wander over to our Avalon here. Mix up. Come on, more of that yellow and that green together. Come on. Guess we're gonna get some center on that now. Yeah, that's a mouthful to say, right? Surface tension. And yeah, I guess we kind of know who the fallen Madonna is then. Surface tension, if that's the case. Here, more of our green. That's getting a little too yellow. Again, I got the radiant green, some of our yellow together here. There we are. Essentially like a fiber optic tree. That's kind of what we're doing here. Not quite, that got a little dark there. We're a little too late. We'll make it darker by doing that. All right. So again, it was a fabulous spring day here. Temperatures in the 30s. And we're not talking Celsius, we're talking Fahrenheit 30s. There's a reason why I think the official last day of possible frost is May 19th here. That's why they recommend don't put your flowers and your veggie tables out there anytime soon. Although, again, I've got myself a nice head start. They're already in their little biodegradable whatever, the little planter things that'll disintegrate when I stick them in the ground. Because, yay for me. Now let's start to get some of our water times here. Ultramarine blue and this. Now there we go. Around our Avalon here. I am going to try and make some kind of little diorama, bas relief. That's right, a bas relief of this. I mean, this is practically a bas relief here as a tile. It's minimized, of course, for obvious reasons. I mean, yeah, it has to be, definitely has to be minimized. Alright, now I'm going to try and get me some more of the tree glow down here. Like you do, there we go. More of our yellow in there too, maybe. Now we're talking. So it's going to look a little bit more like a reflection there. There we go. I will try to make these even lighter. Now, let me get this out now. Even lighter. Well, geez, we're almost at hour 2. I guess we've been doing this a little bit longer than I thought. And this, we kind of went directly to the fast matte white because I really needed some hefty light stuff here for all of our glowy things. Normally, something we kind of hang on to more like hour 3. Again, getting some nice little brighter elements here on our Avalon. We need some of that out here that is not necessarily the reflection. And so wander on over here, do some of this lighter stuff over here. Like we do. And then we'll come back again with some of our darker stuff and really tighten up some of our edges here. Again, these are our specialty tiles. Yeah, these two, they're one-of-a-kind tiles. These are the only ones that exist of this type. Now we're talking. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, that's starting to do it there. There we go. Still gotta hit these. Get all these little diodes here. Come on, there we go. Still really pleasantly surprised at how these all printed out in FDM. We need a little dots at the end of those too. Come on, straighten these out. A little more straightening on our Excalibur there. Straighten out that one too. And more of our light in all of these little spots here. Well, let's get this thing. This one too. We got part of it, not the whole thing. Okay, that's better. Where are we at here? Haven't done this one yet. That got kind of dark. We're try to lighten that up around that little dot right there. Yep, that brush kind of slipped on me there. Not sure what was going on with that. Oh, looky here. We're just gonna erase that. All gone. Nice to see you back there, Irid. I'm sure that that felt really good. Trying to cleanse away the craziness of the Easter Bunny there. More of a light on this. We never did get the surrounding point of our little. No, yeah, that's good. That is better. Lighten up these guys. No, that too. Have we done all these? Not really. Not these. Let me get these guys going here a little more. Yeah, like that. Around this one. It's run a little more light here on the top of our Avalon there. Okay. Now we'll let that be. Maybe here we're going to. I'm going to do a little backtracking here towards some of our blue. And I sort of like the idea of this actually. So I'm going to change this. And that's kind of how it was initially meant to be. I thought, maybe we should have it be equal. But I kind of like this idea a little better here. So doing a little bit of a reverse. All along this. Now for these guys. Same thing. I've also been trying to make a bas relief of the chamber, the round table chamber. There's a really neat graphic of it. It just trying to create the bas relief has been a little more difficult. All right, now we'll just leave that be. Let's go back to these guys because I have to do the same thing over there. Now back to our much lighter stuff here. Start breaking that down some more. Break it down, and ready to go. And boom, there you are. See that's really, that gets very shiny very quickly once we start to add our lightest stuff to it. Look at that. So you could kind of see now what this is meant to look like. It was looking sort of semi-glowy before. Now it really is going to have a bit of a glow to it. Once we do this, get a little bit more of that glow here, and then some over here. And then we're going to try and also get that reflecting on our grill. Then we're still waiting for the glazy stuff inside the grill to set a little bit more at this point. So here we can almost kind of do a little bit of almost like a dry brushy type thing here around some of these. Let's get this guy. These two. Ew, I don't need that much thinner. We'd already kind of broken this stuff down. Camda. It was even when I was just spraying and I just sprayed these with the same that acrylic paint there, Camda, the same stuff. Even just spraying these with the acrylic paint, and then kind of seeing the painted miniatures. You just I guess you can kind of start seeing it in your head there, right, Camda? Well, good luck. Good luck with those sneaky, cheeky squirrels there. Surface tension. Well, of course, now, Camda, I'll try to get you these files. So, Camda, we need play testers, but we need print testers also. So, yeah, okay, I'll try to, in Grand Oracle, well, let's see, I don't know if Grand Oracle, if you have time to print out that. I just want to see, how they print out for other folks. And, of course, these, they don't really need supports. So I can just try to send you these, and then you try and print them out and just say, hey, they worked out really well for me too. Look at the difference between this. So again, that's the grail one there. This is the high one, and this has our lighter stuff on there too. And I might come back one more time with some of our like really well, that would be probably the manganese mixed with the Prussian blue, I would say. So yeah, I would. I'll get these to folks that also, would maybe print them out in resin to see. Got to know how that's going to work out too. But for sure, we'll want to get these in the hand of FDM printers and see if they get the same kind of stuff I did, and maybe not with the .08. Who knows? Maybe seeing what they look like, and I mean they would be more than usable in the regular standard layer height. It's just they're extra snazzy like this, like extra snazzy. All right, now let's hit this guy. That's really gonna lighten things up here. Look at that. Bam. So this again is the high relay tile. Again, this is one that Nimue can actually do. Another one of Nimue's abilities, I'm trying to figure out if it's like an interrupt ability or something like that. Since Nimue controls the flow, I don't know if I want it to be all of these different skills, but the two primary ones would be, okay, you draw 3. Let's say you drew 3 horrible ones, right? Because you draw 3, you place 1, and for whatever reason, all 3 of them were absolutely disastrous. That is something where Nimue can say, okay, draw one more. And that would be a Nimue thing only. Again, because that character controls the flow. Of course, the more of these special abilities you have, it adds flavor. It also it complexifies things. So it's always a balance. Let me do this. Get that lighter stuff. There's a little too much of the light there. More light on the edge of this. Yep, there we go. Some light there. Bam. And this was the reason why I didn't do anything on the basis of the figures. Right, I kept them very minimal because I want this to do more of the talking here. I know that's a very unusual in a realm where basing is its own separate religion. But we're basing via the game tiles here. There we are now. We're starting to get lighter there. And now we're going to try to get a little bit of, again, the reflected light out on the rest of our little relay. Get some of it up there, the light there, and then there, and then again there, and then down there. You know, I want that to be light right in there. Yeah, let's do that. Same deal here. Gonna have that carry all the way right up to the relay tower itself. Nah, that's gotta be later. These catch a little bit of light, and then that edge right there. Another one underneath it. Also here. There we are. So this ought to start looking a little bit more glowy for sure. Maybe, I don't know, maybe somewhat like metal. Everything is kind of like, is it metal? Is it stone? A lot of this is, it's supposed to be more kind of up to interpretation. It's up to the viewer to kind of see things as they might want to see them. Let me lighten up this a little bit here too along these guys. Yeah. And that was, I was thinking of going more of the gold there, but I'm glad I just did one of these each, because now I've really I've set the color for them. But as always, it'll be really neat to see what happens when other folks paint these. They might see these more, again, as more like a maybe violet or even red, who knows. Or again, some kind of almost more like a fluorescent green or whatever. And of course, we have the entire massive line of the 75 mil sized figures we're doing. And the next big thing will be to figure out like very precise rules for the corrupted versions of the characters. You gotta figure out what the regular ones do before you're like, oh yeah, let's do these other versions of them. I mean, there wasn't even going to be corrupted versions at first. Now we're getting somewhere with this relay tower here. Definitely starting to look the way I was hoping it would. It's almost got a little bit of shine, a little bit of glow. It's a little bit challenging trying to paint them this way because they're kind of not really necessarily oriented in a super optimal way for me to be able to get at stuff and for you to be able to see stuff. But I think it's good enough. I think you can get the gist of what's happening here. Yeah, bam, look at that. So much more glowy. And then we'll get our gold stuff out here too, but we got another relay to do. At least with this later stuff. And then, like I said, we'll bounce around to some of the other things too. That should, oh yeah, that definitely is going to start making that look glowy. That should look nice and glowy there. Got this now. That was too much. Take that away. Try it again. Try you again. Me too. Now, initially, these were just going to be more of a bas relief, like a flatter bas relief, like the Avalon tree. But the reason I didn't do that with the tree was because, well, good luck printing that. I mean, you could print it in resin, but it would need a boatload of supports. It would be kind of a pain, and then it would be kind of on the fragile side. So that's why that's a relief. Like a much flatter relief than these. Because I wanted these to be, again, I wanted the nodes and the relays to really stand out from the other tiles, and well, that stands out. The downside with having all this vertical stuff is, how's that all going to fit in the box? Yeah, minor details. We shall see. So I might also have to do another version of these that is more of a relief, like the Avalon Hive. If it's just, again, it would just be an option, because are people necessarily going to buy 8x8x3 boxes for themselves? Probably not. However, again, the printable trays are for 8. What I was thinking is it would probably be not just one box holds everything. There would probably be a separate box for the figures, and then another one for all this stuff. Only because once you get those the corrupted versions, now you got double the figures. So that's why I just thought, maybe we'll have 2 boxes. I have cover art for like 3 boxes anyway, so there's more than enough cover art for you to be able to print and show on your boxes. There we go. Boom. That's really starting to take off. I mean, I could do other little, pattern type stuff in here too. I don't think I want to do that. I think I will keep that a bit simpler, only because, again, there's most likely going to be tokens sitting on here, characters. So these, again, these are probably going to be well-visited hexes. And I'm just throwing that out there. And I was trying to keep these things narrow enough. I think you'll notice that you can still comfortably fit, again, like the tokens and the characters on here. I'll just you can still fit them on there. Easier on some than others. Yeah, I mean they still fit on there. Is it perfection? No, but the tokens easily fit on there. And of course, the first place is going to be made available will be to the patrons on the Patreon page. Since some of this stuff is the subject of several tutorials, and more coming, if it's not made available on the Patreon page as far as the files go, you have a hard time painting along. At least I think so. And just throwing that out there. Let me just go back to my later stuff here to get these, and those. Come on. Now we're talking. Get the rest of these around here. Ooh. Missing our lighter stuff here. There we go. Starting to get glowy. Did I hit this one yet? Sort of. Let's hit that too. Okay, good. And now the rest of this. I like the little hint of the ultramarine there. That worked out pretty well, I gotta say. It's a little bit different from the other blue, which is again more of a greenish blue. That's that, or cyan, I guess you could say that, the manganese blue. Let me hit you here. Okay. Get this little front section and you. Now I'm going to retreat a little bit back to my other blue here. For some of this. Spread that out, get you a little later. It's still crazy to think that as of, let's see, what is it now? It's May 1st. It was not till the very end of February when I even started making these. And that would be the Cyberthurian figures. The game idea, even then, it wasn't until, again, Adepticon end of March where I actually started to really try to hammer, okay, what are some of the mechanics going to be? I think, yeah, one of the first things that ended up coming from that was, yeah, it's going to have to be dice and not cards. Because, again, printing those would be massively challenging there, again, as far as the cards, which have to be double-sided. I said, no, let's not do that. Let's just go with some other way, and the only way to do that was dice. And then the dice, initially I had like, well, it was going to be 3 different dice. There was going to be sort of a Mordred dice, and then kind of a Grail dice, and then sort of more of a neutral dice. And then I realized, okay, now do we really want people printing up multiples of 3 different dice? Also, 2, do I want to have to sit there and be like making new face, new designs for new faces on each dice? How does all that fit in the box if you got like 20 dice in the box too on top of everything else? So again, all these things just part of all part of trying to make something like this. And of course, again, I was working on the mechanics that led to, well, that whole secondary miniature line of all of the corrupted characters. That was, again, never intended. It just worked out that way. And I'm really glad that it did, because those are some of my favorite figures. There's a lot of emotion and story to those. It is, now that I have actually Nimue glued to one of my new holders, that might just be, who knows, maybe, well, let's see, the Friday stream, well, later today anyways, that would be trying to finish off the last of the game board figures. There would potentially be like 4 or 5 of those to do. Let me get this going here. The edge of, no. I'm gonna go darker for here. Let's fix this up with some of the ultramarine, some of the pansy gray. Okay, no, I think we got it here. Yeah, that needed to be straightened up a little. Definitely needed some straightening. Where are we at with this? We got this now. Did we go all the way? Nope, we haven't quite gone all the way around. Now we have. All right. I can put this off to the side. Let me grab one of these, and I'm going to try and go super dark here. So we're going to get our, again, a little bit of the pains with some of the Prussian blue, and this is going to be more of a dry brush here of some really dark stuff. Because believe it or not, see what that's going to do? That's actually going to enhance that glow a little bit. So we're making this a little, I was kind of hoping, see that? See with that little bit of extra dark there, it creates a bit more glow. Kind of on the cheeky, sneaky way. Yeah, cheeky, sneaky, extra glow. By just making this even darker out here. Look, see, when you take away the glossy stuff there. Then I might go refresh the medicine super quick. And then we'll start doing some of the gold stuff here, like again on our grail. And some of these edges here. And I know this is a very, very different, well, this whole last few streams between painting up the miniatures and these guys, very different from the stuff we've been doing of late. Hopefully still interesting. So some of the Prussian blue, some of this. Boom, in we go. You see how much darker that is? See, this is almost like a, I don't know, like a value 8 or something. Now we got close to a 10. However, we get, again, a little bit of extra glow here because it's not quite going right up to the edge of where our little fibers are there. Not quite there. Doing the dry brushy thing here because that's also going to minimal paint. Less is more. More is way too much. Way too much. Look at that, nice and dark there. So we've already done the grill. So we got our, this is the regular relay. Then we'll do the high relay. Okay. That's a little bit more of the Mars Black than I was thinking. I'm just going to mix that up then with some of the Prussian Blue. think we've taken care of those. All right, now to our other relay tile. I did like the multi-directional hex tiles that I made. Ironically enough, that was the one design that I made with the fracture pattern in it, and those would have been really neat tiles. Now again, I might still make those. That might be, what would you say, an expansion thing or something? Is actual fractured versions of the tiles, because by then you would have already printed up all the standard tiles, or at least potentially have printed up all the standard ones already. So then it's not quite as onerous just having to print up. Well, I mean, it'd be like printing up another batch instead of 2 batches. Because again, it occurred to me only when I had to start printing them out myself, and I went, "Holy smokes, this is going to be a lot of." And that's on a decent-sized bamboo carbon there. Yeah, it's going to take people a long time to print all those. How's about we cut down and just make a smaller token, which, yeah, again, you can either print in resin or on the FDM, and you can print a ton of tokens. So just think of it this way: each, those tokens, which are maybe 3/4 of the size. Where are they at here? No, maybe about 55% of the size. You can print a ton of those on an FDM sheet, and it saves you having to print up a whole nother batch of tiles, like the big ones like this. And also then you'd have to paint those tiles. So I think it's a lot easier to paint just the corruption tokens. And also too, again, then you'd have to make fractured versions of these. That was just going to be a bit much. Now I am going to take some of this. We're going to put that on here. Wow, even from a distance I could see how different those look. Also going to get some of our dark in there. I think we'll do a little bit of the dry brushy stuff with the manganese blue first up there. Yeah, Camda, I guess I do have to think of it in terms of normal people. Don't have 3 printers, well, soon to be 5 printers running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's not really the normal person thing. I keep forgetting about that, Camda. And believe me, I get really twitchy here when I don't have all the printers going at once. As in all day, all night. I'm going to try and get my light. Yeah, let me try to get some of my lighter stuff in there. After we hit this tile here, although maybe I'll also try to, again, refresh that medicine super quick. Yeah, that's making that nice and dark there. Yeah, we got all the kind of the gold slash brassy stuff to do all around the edges of these. We'll do that too. I wonder, should that be a darker thing out there, or I like it as a lighter red. I'm going to take some of my darkest red. There were same dry brush like we were just doing. Same dry brush like we were doing over here. I guess I need a little teensy bit of thinner to reactivate this. It's been sitting around us for a spell. Alright. Got to get all this out of the... And I'm going to go over to our Avalon. That's how I really crank in some of this darker stuff here. Well, that makes a difference. You can see that. Darker, 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 and then not super dark, and then dark back out here again. No, maybe with the ultramarine. Ooh, there we go. Is nice. Yeah. Bam, look at that. Starts to frame that nicely. Looky there. Again, just pretty much doing a dry brush kind of thing here. Letting it do its thing there, letting it mix, do its stuff. Before I do any of the darker blue, let me again grab some of my manganese blue here, and this is again more of a dry brush type thing in here, just to tone some of this stuff down. And then we're going to come in here and really hit it with the darker stuff. Kind of like what we did in the recesses there, but now it's also going to help sharpen up our pattern here. Alright, let's do it. Let's do that now. Here we are, this thinner. Maybe a little blue in there. And now we're really going to try to clean up all of this. Make that much tighter. Here too. So you can see that that's starting to look way more organized, more structural now. Sharper. Do that around our little nodes here. Cut down on that. It's a little bit wide there. So that's going to hopefully start to look that much more like circuitry. Also, these, I'm going to hit these two with the dark around those edges. Here, darken that down. I'm going to take that away. Yeah, that makes more sense now. Much more sense. Okay, there we are. Yeah, so that's definitely looking way more precise. We were just kind of sketching it out before. It's like we do with all of our freehand when we're doing it on cloaks and stuff. This is a little bit of a different surface for freehand. Let's tighten that up there. Yeah, gotta get rid of all of that. That doesn't go there. That's where we're still trying to even figure out the pattern a little bit. I need to make sure that this is pretty much done here because I keep sticking my fingers on that, so I cannot do that outside shell or frame until we get all of this good to go in here. Yeah, it won't take terribly long. There. Now, I'll certainly have at least a version of this with me at Gen Con, just for funsies. I'll certainly have all of the tiles and everything painted up by then. And of course, I'll have a whole bunch of the large figures with me too. You know, I'm just gonna get rid of that. It's a little too much there. Let's get rid of it. And then we'll change these to come down. Whoops, way too much paint sitting on the homies. That was way too much stuff there. Okay, that's better. It's like that is 1,000 times more paint than I needed. That's going to come down here, stop there. Now we shall start to lighten up these elements here. Well, this is still, yeah, okay, good. That's still very active. Start to lighten up this stuff here around the perimeter of this. so. Yeah, with the blue anyway. Then we'll again we'll hit the frame around it. This might be a little bit in between. It's not quite that light. Ah, there we are. Yeah. And then I also have to get these little notches right here. I didn't see these before. Let me. Hey there, Sea Dragon. Sea Dragon, wait till you see the other ones. Our relay tiles. So Sea Dragon, here's hoping that Thursday treated you very well. And when of course Sea Dragon, if there's stuff you want to share, you know, please go ahead and do that. So here they are. Those are our three, and we're gonna get to all the golds now very soon. But we're trying to again establish all of our glowy stuff, and well, you recognize it, right? Because it's on all of our. And we even got water effects on this Nimue too. So yeah, we have our water effects on that one. In addition to Our Lady of Shalott. I'm going to thin this down a little bit here. To hit that. Then we got this. Now, and a little bit more here. There we go. Lighter here. Also in there. And of course, well, we've got ourselves a whole tray of tiles and tokens and dice here. And those are your regular tiles. There's your tokens. There's more of your fractured tokens. We also again have 3 different node types. There's the power node, there's a data node, and there is a grail node, and they go on the tiles like this, right? So that's a regular pathway tile, and they just kind of go like that. And then again, if the tile is corrupted, then something like that. And Sea Dragon, well, I was trying to anticipate. You know how it is. There's going to be a lot of stuff potentially out on that board, and people will need to be able to see what's going on, right? So I'm hoping that it's not too much of a cacophony of color, but also enough. I think you know what I mean. It's like not too much, but there's got to be enough for things to stand out. And this is the start point here. Everybody starts here on Avalon. Those relay tiles, again, those are important because, as you saw, standard tiles, they just go in that direction. There's a double, there's a single to a double, and then there's also a tile that essentially ends the pathway. And again, that could be used in a negative way. It could also be used in a defensive way. Again, by the player characters saying, like, well, we need to stop potential corruption this way, so let's just close this thing off. Let's defend this node or whatever by closing everything off that leads up to it. Now again, Nimue has much more control over things like pathway type tiles. That's not something that the regular characters are going to have. Say your Galahad, your Lancelot, that sort of thing. Nice to see you there, Doji. Doji, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, like always, please go ahead. This has been super fun, Doji, getting to do this now. Again, And I know it might not be the most, it's not maybe as thrilling to see as you know, like the 70 something millimeter figs or even these, but it's going to be really nifty seeing these standing on the tiles. That's for sure. I can't wait to be taking pictures of those, Camda. Definitely was going to try and take, you know, do it in the form of a video as well. Now we're going to try and get some of our filigree out of it. This is nowhere near our lightest. Nowhere near our lightest. So Doji, why don't you share some fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat there? There it is. Check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Oh, and of course, I wouldn't be able to do this game at all if I didn't learn how to do the bas reliefs. So it's kind of one thing led to another, led to another, led to another. Yeah, Sea Dragon, I've been telling folks that it was only like halfway through DragonCon when I really started working on any of the mechanics. And most of the mechanics have since changed since Adepticon. I mean, and by most of them, I mean almost all. I would say at least 85% of the initial mechanics have all changed. I mean, and by 85%, I don't mean like, well, it went from a game like, you know, this to a game like this. It was more these structural things. It was always going to be a hex-based tile game. It just, well, okay, no cards because again, printing would have been an issue. See you later there, Arid. And of course, have fun on the streams. Again, Arid, why don't you share your link one more time? Share your Pinterest link one more time before you head out the door. Again, everybody please give Arid Kenwife a follow. And again, I'm going to do this. Then we have to let that set. I'm going to put the same stuff over here on our fabulous round table tile there. So everybody check out that Pinterest link. Everybody give Arid Kenwife a follow. And then you're good to go for Friday and Saturday, 7 Pacific. 7 Pacific. Go check that out. Careful, careful, careful. It's getting a little too light, too fat. There we go. Okay. Letting it mix with some of the stuff that's there. It is nice. Boom. And while it has limited certain things, this idea that it has to be 100% possible for just a regular person to print this themselves at home, or, you know, a friend that has an FDM printer or whatever, I think it's, in some ways, I think it's actually made the game a better design. It's kind of kept things from getting too complicated. There's some games that get real complicated real fast. Okay, so now that's going to sit there. We're going to hop on over here to our round table, like you do. Like this and this. And still will get lighter after this here. And not everything is the same level of lighter yellow. See, that's kind of a little more dingy right there. Not as light. Now we'll start working on the exterior of the hex here. So the way I was able to keep these hexes all basically the exact same scale. I made just a standard hex in Blender, and every single design that I did elsewhere just went on that hex. That way I knew that the hexes weren't getting distorted or anything weird, because they were all in the exact same hex to start out with. And every other hex tile that I make from this day forward will be sitting on that initial stupid little hex shape that I made in Blender. The very first object that I ever made that wasn't me bringing in one of my STLs was that hex. Again, like I was mentioning earlier, I was very excited about what I was able to sculpt on the Arthur figure in Blender yesterday. It's the first time I actually was trying to, instead of just like making something thicker or cleaner or wipe something out or whatever, this was the first time like, okay, there's nothing here. I'm going to sculpt something there. And as I might have mentioned at the time, that's not easy to do with just a mouse. I still haven't had a chance to hook up the pressure-sensitive tablet yet. It ought to make that a million times easier. Again, it's like trying to remove mold lines with a chisel. And by a chisel, I mean like a 3-inch wide chisel. Actually, I don't even know if it's quite that easy. It might be more difficult than that even. Okay, so now, there we go. That's starting to, it frames that very, very nicely. You can see that it does change. See how it's getting a little darker there? Again, it's a whole bunch of little kind of gradations. Let's just do this again. We refresh the brush. Again, I just got the two fingers on there, not two hands. That'd be one heck of a heavy brush. Look at this. Again, we're just letting that go down to the lid, just blend on its own. So now, all of a sudden, it looks like it's got planes to it. I need to catch my lighter edges on this part now. And trying to make, what would you say, different imagery, the combination of cyber and of, what would you say, of ancient. You're essentially trying to balance about 4 or 5 things at once, and then again, printability. Oh no, it's more like balancing 6 or 7 things at once. And, well, much has been learned. Just in the course of doing this. You think, well, what do you learn in making these kind of tiles? I learned a bunch. I have learned a whole bunch making these type of tiles. You know, I'm going to hit this first with this little bit of liner stuff. It's got a little bit of the yellow in it. Just a touch. I was thinking of doing this as well. Around the inner portion. There we are. Just going to drag that brush around there. All the way around. Well, I did place these strategically far enough apart that I could actually stick my finger in there. I just remember when I was first starting to paint things like the bas reliefs and the flats and everything on stream, and I would have 2 of them on there, and there was nowhere for me to stick my hand except on the other flat. That was not super helpful. And this is kind of what you're going to see with the other, the relay tiles. I think is something along the lines of what I'm doing here. See that? Looks much more sparkly now. Just letting that mix. Yeah, that didn't go quite. That's a little too much there. Get rid of that. Okay, now we're good to go. Let's try that again. I shall refresh this a little. And then do that. Yeah. This here. And this here. You know, fine, I'll throw a little bit of the light on that too. And then we're going to maybe, you know what, I think I can maybe stroll on over here and do this super quick. Super quick. I might still grab some more of my lighter stuff later on here. I mean, lighten up Mr. Tree Trunk there. Same thing in our corners here, like we were doing on that other tile there. And in we go here again, just working on some of our filigree and such. Up here. Bingo. And like that. More of our light here. More of our light in here. And we're doing this. Do we get? Oh no, we still got this. This side, this corner over here to do. Let's get this. Sorry, it's upside down. It's kind of the angle I need to go since I'm right-handed here. Good to go. Good to go there. All right. Hit the outer edge of this super quick like here. Again. I don't think I have any just straight up white here that doesn't have some yellow in it or something. Maybe try and use this a little bit here. We kind of lost our interior thing there. Okay, there we are. Now where's my other plate of tiles? There we go. Let me try the darker stuff first here. Let me get some of our Prussian blue. Manganese blue. Well, I guess there's some cerulean in there now too. And we'll need that in some parts of our hex. And also out here though. Alright, because we're going to try and have that also be reflecting some of our glow. Nah, I guess I need more thinner in that one sec here. There we go. Bottom of you, there we are. And again, around this bottom portion here, just letting some of the blue work its way in there. Because if it's shiny gold and there's this blue glow all around it, that blue better end up on our gold somehow. Hey there,
Hello,
Thranuel.
little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
Oh, sorry about that, Velfair. I'll get that in a second. 1 second there, Velfair. Great to see you there, Thranuel. Great to see you. Thank you so much, Quad. Appreciate that. Ah, so yeah. When am I? Don't even say when am I gonna get a hex. He's like, I can put a hex on you. Hey, I'm like a wizard, man. I can do hex stuff. Yeah, I'll do that. Let's see what's gonna happen here for Quad on the Gandalf 6. Okay, that's not a bad roll. They bounced into another thing. There's a nice little roll for Quadracert there. What the heck? We're going to do one of these, Thranuel. So, there you go. And again, that's one of our dice there. So, Thranuel, yeah, we've been painting up the board game versions of our characters here. So, here, let's show you this. We got, there she is. So, that's the board game version of Guinevere. So basically the same freehand. A little bit different size, just slightly different size there. Yeah, and of course our Nimue here. So here's our Nimue. And where's our Nimue figure? She's around here somewheres. There she is. Yeah, there we go. So again, we simplified the 75 mil. Same effect though with the translucent cloth. The reason I did this here. So here we go. Sorry about that, Thranuel. Boy, that's got to be really weird. Like you're saying, that's a whole like different way of dealing with that. All right, this is why I did this, Thranuel, or sorry, Valfira. So translucent cloth, right? People think, well, there's got to be all these tricks to it. No, the only thing about translucent cloth is the color that's underneath. Because when you remove the color, well, first of all, you have Wraith Nimue, but there's no translucency to that cloth. It's just cloth now. It's just like white cloth, gray cloth, whatever. There is no translucency. Let's do it again from this side. See that? See the oh, that stuff starts coming back. There you go. So again, you got the hair color there, the skin color here. Then you got the water down there. So again, sorry about that, Thranuel. I now I know you've been working super 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 hard, doing like the three things at once there. So Quad, I can't unfortunately I can't click on any links here. I can't click on any links myself. Let me try to lighten this up here. So sorry about that, Thranuel. And again, here's hoping that you feel better real. Now, actually, Thranuel, is this going to interrupt like all the schoolwork and stuff here? Because I know, well, there's the work, there's the school stuff, and everything else. That's yeah. Sorry about that, Thranuel. Let me see. I'm not. I'm not quite. Unfortunately, Valfear, that's not quite making enough sense to me there. I think the autocorrect monster might have gotten at the old keyboard there. I mean, if you're wondering why we're doing this, because again, this is a typical non-metallic metal thing to go from light to dark like this. The essentially what I'm trying to do, Valfear, is simulate beveling. So it's almost like these edges are beveled. They're not. They're all 100% perfectly flat. Where's the other one? Here we go. Actually, this gave me the idea of Alfera because these edges are beveled, and I like that there. So again, we're going with the beveled effect everywhere. Let me get my thing here. So, Quad, I hope that you're having yourself a fantastic Friday morning there, or Friday afternoon, and it's the case for some folks. It's now, oh, geez, it's now 2:48 in the morning here. It is later than I thought it was. Yeah, that's. I was wondering if that's how that was going to go down there, Thranual. And again, glad to see you here. Again, sorry about the circumstances. So yeah, like yeah, thanks to Sea Dragon. Okay, it's a way of trying to introduce an extra texture that's just not there, like at all. It is not there whatsoever. So Thranio, you might want to check out the Instagram there because you've pretty much missed all of the Cyberthuria stuff over the last 2 months. So yeah, you're a couple of months behind there. These are tiles for a board game that I've been working on. We've got counters, we've got dice, we've got the tiles, and we were working on we were just showing you the miniatures. And the idea is that the miniatures and the tokens will go on the tiles. We also have other things that work on the tiles. So, like these right here, we have 3 different types of nodes. So we have nodes, you have relays, and you have pathway tiles. Pathway tiles are standard tiles. There's the dice there. And then we have all different kinds of tokens. That's a Nimue token. That's a Merlin token right there. We've got ourselves a Lancelot token. That's an Arthur token. And again, these are the hex tiles for the game. These right here are relays. Relays are the only tiles that can essentially connect all the other tiles together. Otherwise, standard tiles just go, there's a single, there's a double down to a single, or single to a double, however you want to see it. Then there's a false pathway one where basically the path ends. And again, that could be maybe a player character is doing some corruption, and maybe they're looking to tweak the player characters, or it could also mean that they're trying to protect maybe something valuable like this, maybe protect a node or something else, or a relay, and they basically close down the pathway. See you later there, Doji. Have yourself a good one. And of course, have a fabulous bakery run there, too, Doji. By the time we see you again, you will have accomplished your fabulous bakery run. So yeah, just take a look at the Instagram there, Camden. Or sorry, Traniel. That'll at least do a little bit of work to catch you up. The short version is that I've made multiple lines of miniatures. Basically everything that I've painted over the last gee whiz 2-3 months or something now has all been my own sculpts. I'm pretty sure you probably haven't seen the tutorial videos. Again, that Nimue that you just saw, that's one of my files. This Galahad, also a very recent tutorial, is also, again, he's one of the characters in the game, obviously. And of course, well, here's the, and actually, I think I finally have a 75 mil print to him that worked out well, so we'll be painting him up on stream soon enough. And again, here's some of the other specialty tiles. So that is the round table. Only one of those exists, and again, that is where, again, the characters, maybe they're a little bit suspicious of somebody, they can basically call a council at the round table. And then here we've got, this is the starting point for everybody. That's Avalon. And then these are corruption hexes. We'll be working on that pretty soon too. And again, here's some of your other, that's a data node. Again, that's a Nimue special right there. And then you have a Grail node, which only Arthur and Galahad have access to those. Well, Thranio, hopefully, again, I know that this puts you way behind on everything too, but hopefully you'll get a chance to catch up on some of the vids there. More of our light here and there. Oh yeah, we really needed that here. Again, these were all printed out in FDM. Figures obviously printed out in resin. And like I was saying a little bit earlier there, Thranuel, hopefully at some point I'll be able to start doing some gameplay streams. There will certainly be some initial play testing. I just want to be familiar with what I'm trying to do myself. It's one thing just in the quiet of your own house playing whatever. It's another thing if you're trying to stream it and there's a lot of other things going on at the same time. I also will have to again create all new overlays and such. Now here is where we need to start thinking about some of our reflected light. We also again have to get some of that bluish glow on here too. Otherwise, again, it's not really going to be very gold, is it? Yeah, I'm glad there's Sea Dragon. I wasn't. There was a part of me, Sea Dragon, that was like, maybe I shouldn't really do that, because obviously people they're kind of used to seeing painting, but I'm kind of looking forward to it myself. Now in Sea Dragon, I don't know. It might have happened just before you came in. Maybe you heard me saying to Camda, there's play testers, but I also need play printers or test printers. Yes, I need people to, be printing out these tiles on different machines that are not a Bamboo Carbon X1, and just see what happens. Because maybe they print out way better on one machine than another. It's possible. So we kind of need to find that stuff out right away, don't we, Sea Dragon? So I'm just going to chunk that in there. So yeah, I need folks that can grab the files, and then try and print them out and say, hey, look what I was able to do on, say, an Elegoo printer, or I was able to do this on a Bamboo A1 or P1 or something like that. Welcome back there, Surface Tension. Hopefully all those tricksy squirrels have been barked at. I'm sure they have been. I guess too, Camden, not just the, okay, how do they look? This might even be more important, Camda, is how long do they take? Right? Because for some folks, what maybe took X amount of time for me, it could be a lot slower for some folks, or a whole bunch faster. Again, depending on the printer and such. So that's going to be interesting to see, is that, again, not just what the results look like, but also, too, it's like, hey, man, check this out. This printed in just a few hours instead of the several hours. Now, I have not printed these at standard layer height either, so that could be a difference. Now I guess Valfera, what was the temperature down there, Valfera? Because again, like I was saying earlier, it's been in the low 40s slash 30s here. I wasn't sure if that was gonna play with the allergies there too, Valfera, because it usually does. Let me get this out of the way over here. And of course, some folks, right, Sea Dragon, they might just be looking to print them out just to play the game. They might just spray them a color, not even do a zenith or anything on them or nothing like that, or paint them. They might just say, okay, here I'm just gonna spray them blue or gray or whatever. Or they might print them out in different colors. Oh, that's the other thing there, Camda, is they might print them out in different colors too. So yeah, all of these were printed. These were printed in FDM, so at least these I did not have to deal with supports there, Thrannual. Yeah, no supports to deal with here, fortunately, but now the tokens was a difference, as you can see. And again, there was a whole bunch of supports to deal with on the bottom of the tokens. Now, of course, you can print the tokens out bigger. You print the tokens out bigger, then they should work out that much better on, say, an FDM style printer. But that's using up more filament, more time. So Sea Dragon, actually, that's what this was. This was actually two different colors of acrylic spray paint. So that's not the stuff that eats foam or whatever. Now, unfortunately, the cans I was going to get, again, this was also again done with that spray there. A couple of different colors on there. Let me see. Do I have any other? Oh, here we go. So that was kind of again, I just dusted that real quick with a few different colors. I'm trying to get my reflective. There we go. Some of the blue reflected on our Grail cup here. Let's do that. Now the other thing too is people could maybe print out that I have clear. Well, here we go. Now, unfortunately, as you can see, the thinner the stuff is, it's not quite so clear anymore. But who knows? Maybe we print out the corruption tokens in this clear red. So maybe for some folks, printing this out in that clear red is more than good enough. And again, maybe folks don't want to quite do as much as this. I will say there's not that many of these specialty tiles. There's really only supposed to be like, well, I did 2 of these. Also, too, you can print up as many or as few tiles as you want. You don't have to print up hundreds of tiles. You could just say, look, once this type of tile is gone, that's it. There are no more. And that's a perfectly fine thing to do. And also keeping in mind that at the start of every round, or basically a round consists of, a standard round would be a player draws 3 pathway tiles, places 1. They can also forego that, choose to maybe spend some resources to place one of these type of tiles, or they can try to remove corruption or defend a tile. Where's that Lancelot one here? So again, this is where Lancelot drops down a tile there, and he says, okay, that is a defended tile. So that basically it makes it harder for that to be corrupted because of that defensive marker there. Arthur, and of course Merlin also can do, where's that ward? Here it is. So that is another protective item here, especially from, say, Morgan Le Fay. So that's kind of what that token is there for it. Again, that's called a ward protection token, and again, that's going to be your Merlin dropping that down. Surface tension, yeah, all of those things, different filaments that people have. It should be really wild to see, right? Surface tension. And again, what I'll do is I'm going to export the stuff from the bamboo. I'll export those, and because that's the size of these right here. And then again, people can make them bigger, they can make them smaller. I would suggest, like I just said not too long ago, that you don't make them too small and you don't make them too big. The first batch that I made, I felt like it was just a little too small. And that's not even thinking about figures. That's just thinking about the tokens. So there's just kind of multiple things you got to keep in mind when you're going to print these babies out. Hey there, Michael. I have no idea. It could be day, it could be night, it could be neither. I don't know. It could be some kind of special thing where there's no day or night. Michael, if you want to share some stuff in chat, please go ahead. Fine, I'll just use the cerulean. I'll just roll with that because I still have some of that cerulean out there from the Nimue tutorial. Well, Thranul, again, take care. And of course, Thranul, if you want to just shoot me a message or something like that, just if you're hyper bored there, Thranul, if you're super bored or something like that, just waiting on stuff like that, just shoot me a message or something. Now I needs to no, I'm gonna try and sneak in a little bit more of my blue. Sneak in a little. Wait a minute. A little more of that over there. Also, or none of it over there. So an awful lot of it on the bottom side should be our blue reflection, right, Sea Dragon? Makes sense. I need to get some of that up here too. Alright. Okay, fine. I see it. I see it. There we go. We're missing some of that over here. We got it on this part, but again, this orientation is a little bit frisky for me trying to do this. I knew it was going to be a little bit interesting trying to reach all this stuff. Hey there, Horns fan, how you doing? Actually, Horns fan, unfortunately, for whatever the audio file just doesn't play on Instagram there, Horns fan. Otherwise, I would have sent you that too. But sorry you got the old no sleeps there, Horns fan. So Horns fan, I think you saw me painting some of these, right? I'm pretty sure that you did. So there's your hex tiles there. And of course, we have these different nodes here too. And there's our corruption markers too. So again, great to see you there, Horns fan. Well, I guess you could probably do that and maybe just get to sleep instead. But appreciate you being here. And try and darken this up a little. So yep, these are the first ones that I've painted, Horns fan. You are seeing the very first painted hexes here. Never before have I ever painted something like this. which is funny because I was thinking about doing a whole bunch of hexes. Remember for our Middle Earth strategy game, because that's how we were going to indicate movement of the armies and such. Was on a big old hex thing. Well, maybe not super big. Let me get, I'm just going to roll here with the Van Dyke Brown. Keep that simple. So again, great to see you there, Horns fan. Although sorry that you're not getting the sleeps. I'm also going to get some of my orangey red on this too. We need that as well. We also need some of our dark in here. So yeah, this is the very first time printing these out, or I've been printing them out for days and days now, but very first chance to paint them. I've got again more of the board game figures that I'll be painting on the Friday stream, so later today. Oh, I went to go grab some Terra Rosa. There's no Terra Rosa out there.
So say we all.
There is no Terra Rosa, but there is Horns fan doing the subscribe thing. Thank you so much, Horns fan. Appreciate that. Oh, and here's some of the box art there, Horns fan, right below me there. That's one of the side panels. That is one of the side panels. We'll mix up a couple of universes here, Horns fan. Yeah, there we go. Mix up a few universes. All right, that was supposed to go to my main scene. There we go. That's better. So again, they're just trying to get a little bit of the orangey stuff going in here, because we have tons of the blue. All right, we have lots of the yellow. We need some other stuff happening in here besides just that. A little bit more of the Indian yellow there, though. Now we're talking. Ooh, that's it. That is it. And that really is gonna see that contrasts with the blue very nicely. So Horns fan, I'll try to send you some more of the art and such. There's more and more and more of it being generated all the time. Kind of as new rules things pop up, or again new characters. Oh yeah, by the way, there's 2 new Nimue sculpts, as in full size one. There's one with her with Excalibur and she's wielding it over her head, so it's much more of an action type pose. So yeah, there's 2 more Nimue sculpts, because we don't have enough already. And if you maybe a lot of folks may not recall way back when, but I said a lot of these poses here, that's okay here. So that's what you call an A-frame pose for obvious reasons. And animators, they always start with this. They start with the A-frame pose, and then they move on from there. That allows them to rig the model and then move it around. Well, just hoping you can get to do that there, Horns fan. I'm sure that'll be really nifty. Again, get me a little bit of that orange there. A little bit over here. And not a ton. Just a little. Same here. Just a little bit. Then we're probably going to try and get some more of our dark in here as well. Also got to get some of my fast matte white back out here. Yeah, we kind of ran through all of that. Yeah, we'll get some of that back out here. Throw some of our orangey stuff on top of this here. Also over here. And also over there. And of course, too, we have the special, the round table hex, and we have this again, the start point for everybody there. That's our digital Avalon. Horns fan, they're going to go from top of the ladder 4-0 to I think they may not win another game the rest of the season. Horns fan. And the thing is, they didn't just lose those games; they were losing by an average of 100 points. And what we were talking about, right, Horns fan, that whole percentage thing, they are so far underwater with that. They might even have a winning record at the end of the season, and it won't matter because again, that's the first tiebreaker there, Horns fan. So yeah, that has been most unfortunate, as they would say. They didn't quite do a New York Mets, but it was sort of similar, I guess. I guess Blades hasn't been terribly happy about the Jays either, because I guess a whole bunch of injuries there. Actually, not sure how things are going for the Rangers. If it's just kind of another one of those sort of average seasons. So you can see we're just kind of infusing a little bit of that orangey red here. And the idea is now they kind of almost have a beveled look to them. They're not beveled. They are completely flat. They are 100% flat. There is no bevel to those whatsoever. It's kind of like I don't know, maybe not super disappointing, but also not terribly exciting either, Horns fan. Now this here is actually some of our, let's get a little bit of our greenish color there. Of course, well, I guess you can say it's not April anymore. It was. Let me do this now. There we go. Also, a bit more of our manganese into that green there. Now we're getting somewhere. So Horns fan, it's kind of funny. People keeps kind of saying like this is the "I told you so" thing about the Micah Parsons. Something along the lines of, "See, this was the plan all along." It would be ironic, there, Horns fan, if if Mendoza ends up being, what would you say, the better, having a better career only because of what they put around him. Because you could have, the original Arch Manning, right? Archie Manning. He went to the States, didn't he, Horns fan? He went to the Saints, and that's when they were the Aints. Was it Caleb Downs, Horns fan? That was the big score. I think that's what everybody's kind of pointing to as the Caleb Downs thing. Essentially, the captain of the defense. I think they also did an offensive lineman too, Horns fan, didn't they? I don't think that was a first round thing. I think it was maybe a third round. And of course, all this coverage of Aussie rules and the NFL and baseball brought to you by the Wobbleville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. So I believe if that's the Ohio State player that I'm thinking of, Horns fan, Actually, originally at Alabama, he had something like 100 tackles as a freshman or something. And usually, shall we say, at that point, Saban was not super high on freshman players starting. Now, of course, this is also reliant on some of those players that you got mid-season and also overshown, not being in the blue tent every 5 minutes. Now, of course, it's very possible that the Cowboys have an upturn, the Giants have an upturn, and the Eagles maybe take a little step back. Let me do some more of this here. But there is a fourth team in the division that nobody's talking about at all. Of course, the Bears are in a minefield, a veritable minefield, because they have Detroit, Green Bay, and Minnesota, uh, now has Kyler Murray, so they're not exactly, de- you know, I don't think they're going to be doing a whole bunch with McCarthy there. It is going to be interesting to see. Speaking of former Cowboys, be interesting to see Mike McCarthy there in Pittsburgh. I'm going to get me a little bit of this out here too. Let's do a little bit of that out here. It's also going to help to do a little bit of smoothie here too. Yeah, there we go. We needed that. Oh yeah, look at that. Is nice. Is nice there. Whoops. That's nope. Let's go back to our ultramarine. We got two more faces of our hexy here to do with this. There we go. Yeah, okay, so again, all of this stuff, the idea is that gives it kind of a little bit of a beveled look to it. Again, before I try to grab the fast metal, let me do some of this. Let me just get a little dark in these corners here. That's going to really, again, elevate the beveled look. Now, it's going to be a hilarious surface tension when people print these out and they see these. They're going to say, wait a minute, those edges aren't beveled. That's, and that could be mildly bemusing there for some folks. As they're expecting beveled edges, because they kind of do. I mean, right, Sea Dragon, they look like they're beveled. Horns fan, there was a bunch of criticism of what they did draft wise, but well, let's put it this way: I think Ben Johnson tried to draft the next Devin Hester. I couldn't believe it when I heard it, Horns fan. I'm like, that's impossible, because I'm still thinking like 4.4 40 guys are really really fast. This guy ran a 4.2. I believe he ran the fastest 40 time of all time in the NFL. Like in combine history, that's the fastest time. It is very much a scandal there, surface tension, because the Bulldogs coach, who has had all kinds of, well, things going on, is Luke Beveridge. See? Luke Beveridge. See, we got the beverage, we got the bevels. See, that's why I do words. That's why I'm sitting on this part of the thing. Where's my? Here we go. Yeah, see? That's why we don't do name states time. Yeah, we only do words. Let me come back to this and do the same deal here. Shocking and scandal. Now this actually does have bevels here. So, so this is a genuinely beveled surface here. There's actually a bevel here. Blame this one. Blame this one. This is what gave me the idea for doing all the bevelly stuff here. Surface tension. Well, yeah. Saruman may not be here right now, but he's always here in spirit, right? With the dad jokes. Yes, indeed. Okay, so now we've enhanced the bevel on those even more. Now, I shall remember, I haven't forgotten about this stuff. We did it on other tiles. Now we'll do that here. See that? A little bit of that warmer orangey stuff there. Look at that. It also, what else is it doing? It's kind of a smoothie. Does a little bit of a smoothie action there. Nice there. And then we're gonna wander on over to the. You know what? While I'm doing this other, let me do this. We do actually have some puro orange out here. We're just gonna lay this out here super quick. Then can do the other stuff, and then come back to this. I just need this out here super quick. One sec. It's sort of like what we were doing with our. Oh, what's that? So here, let me get some of this yellow in there. Our manganese blue, similar to that. Now again, something like this, you could maybe just print this thing out in a red resin or red filament or something like that. I mean, if anybody's doing that kind of stuff, I would be very fascinated to see what that looks like. Now I'm going to start throwing a little bit of the lighter stuff in here. Just a little bit of the lighter stuff. Also, better thin this baby down. Yep, there we go. More action when it's thinned down. Some more of it here. Around the edgy there. Now in here. So we got some of this. Once again, trying to import a little bit of that kind of orangey flavor in there. Well, it's sort of orange. It's like a burnt orange. Oh, there you go. A little bit of Longhorn's color there. So instead of instead of basically reprinting out every single tile Horns fan like I originally was going to do as a corrupted hex, I realized that that meant potentially printing out upwards of like 120 tiles or more. And I said, well, that's kind of crazy. What if we just printed out some of these to just stick on top? And then again, we have now these don't usually go on these specialty tiles, so these are specialty ones. The others are relays. These are nodes. There's 3 different types. There's the power node, or that's a data node. That's a grail node. There's a power node. Look at that, an on switch. There you go. That's an on. And then here's your regular pathway tile. So that's more of a standard tile right there. And these relay tiles, again, these are the only multi-directional tiles. Otherwise, everything goes just one direction. Here, the data can flow in multiple directions. Essentially, 8 different directions there. So yeah, it was fixing to be a whole big old nightmare there of just having to print out tons and tons of stuff. And I said, well, let's woe that thing. Let's woe that thing, and let's rethink that. It also ended in, like, again, a lot of these decisions they've ended up making for a better game. Way more interesting possibilities. And again, there's multiple pathways for victory. There is no one single way to win, because for replayability, you better darn well have like many different either scenarios or ways to win or something. Because otherwise, it will be the same game every time, and well, that's not going to last very long. That'll get old really fast if it's just like, okay, well, here's the thing that you always do: turn one, turn two, third round, fourth round. Believe me, I've played games like that where you can already tell, not even one turn in, who's going to win, who's going to lose, and you're just going to be sitting there for the next 6 hours. And that's not the most fun in the universe. Here's looking at you, Age of the Renaissance. The game where you can lose the game before it's even started. There are, in a six-player game, one and a half have zero chance to win. As in, you have no, and you know it from the start, and everybody knows it from the start. You cannot win. You will lose. And it's not even a matter of how badly you will lose. You will lose badly. That's not the bestest game design ever. Let me do something like this. You say, wait, why in the world is it like that? Well, there was the reason for it being like that was to get you to spend more resources to not be one of those guys that's automatically going to lose. However, as maybe one of the players who was probably going to win, you then weaken those players so much it takes forever to play the stupid game. Because you have so weakened the players that are inevitably going to win anyways, that you've maybe tacked on a good 45 minutes to an hour and a half of a game that is, again, foregone conclusion. So I tried to avoid some of those things. As I was making this, I'm like, yeah, how's about we not have some of those mechanics? Let's avoid those. Let's also start getting some actual red in here. Because, like raisins here. Let's get some actual red. I probably should get some of this on the sides here. Let me do this super quick. That'll help. Just looking at the sides going, huh, we're missing something there. Nice to see you again, Primus. Happy Friday and all that. I hope that Friday is already fabulous for you. There we are. And okay, much better having that. I'm just going to change this up here a little bit. We're going to have the deeper red towards the outside. Again, these are all tests here. I haven't had a chance to paint any of these things yet. This is my very first chance getting to paint these guys. So again, Primus, appreciate you being here. So there's two kinds of corruption counters. So there's the tile corruption, but then there's also corruption for the players. That would be this one right here. So that's a player corruption marker there. And here's a little collection of some of the other stuff. And I've been printing. I got another one of these printing out. So it's two levels that go in the box. And here again, this is potentially either an aggressive or a defensive type of tile here. You can see that it has endings there. So potentially, let's say you've got here's a 2. You go like this. You put that together there. So you've got a 2 to a 2, but it goes to a single here, and then it comes to an end over there. So the only thing that could attach to this would be something like that. And of course, to create suspicion, right? That's why you draw 3 and you place 1, and some of the other player characters might say, "Well, whoa, whoa, whoa! You drew. Why'd you place that 1? We wanted like one of the other 2." All right. Well, Horns fan again. I'll shoot you some stuff there. I'll shoot you some stuff. Here's hoping you can get yourself a little bit of shut eye for tomorrow. But thanks for being here, of course, Horns fan. Can appreciate that. So I'm just trying to get a couple little extra darks here along my edge, and now in some of this, some of our filigree here. So see you later there, Horns fan. Have yourself a good one. Now again, the Friday stream, well, later today, I'm hoping to be painting up at least 3 more of these, possibly 4 or 5. We'll see how it goes. It might not be the longest stream ever because again, and it's a Saturday, the little programming note for Saturday, I might have to be somewhere. Now, if I get back soon enough, if I get back like I don't know, if it's 11:30 when I get back, well, that'd be kind of late, but I might still try to do a stream then. If I get back and it's midnight or 1 or something, I don't project that at all. I can't be quite sure because there's just things like unknown factors. It could be like, okay, there's a really long train, and I've been stuck at those things for 45 minutes. It could be like, without a train, oh, I can actually stream. Well, there was a train, ain't going to be able to stream. I was walking back from the post office. Oh, I'll send you that picture there, Camda. Yeah, I was waiting for a train, walking back from the post office, and again, that's a 5-mile hike there. And of course, at that point, it was, I want to say it was about 42 degrees, and that ain't Fahrenheit, or that ain't Celsius, that's Fahrenheit. That was a wee bit of a frosty jaunt to the post office there. Darken this down a little bit now and try to get a little more of our yellow, some of our radiant green in here too. Right there on our Avalon. Some more branches here. Now I'm gonna try and get me some, maybe we'll use some of the cerulean. Fine, we'll use some of that. That will go around our little glow things here. And then again, I'm gonna put some more of my fast matte white out here too, because I need that for some of my perimeter stuff here. And then some of these items over here too. Now, this is another place where I want to get here some of this blue reflecting on some of our gold surface here. I mean, the same deal as our grail. Same principle applies here. Why wouldn't it? Some more of that over here. And that's supposed to be very reflective. Why is it not reflecting any of that blue? Now it is. Like so. Yeah, oh, we're almost there. We've almost circumnavigated the round table. Now say that we have. Okay. Fast mat, wait. Where are you hiding? Oh, there, he fell all the way over there. Okay, get some of this out here. To the white we go. Start breaking this stuff down like that. Some more. Making this even lighter in a couple spots here on our tree. And think of this as like one of those fiber optic trees. That's kind of what it is meant to be. Now I can also finally maybe get to some of the lightest of our water reflection stuff here. Now we're talking. Yeah, it's nice. Lighten up the edge of our water. A couple places here too. Some of the edge of the water, and now then here. So again, that little more sparkle, little more sparkly here on our edge. Where are we at with this? Oh, and of course, tiles like these, they're also multi-directional, and anything that's attached to them is considered connected. So there's only essentially these 5 tile types, but again, one is a start tile, and the other one is a super special tile that might never come up. There was another reason why as far as the tile, I was even considering a roll of the dice for tiles, because, well, people might be taking their fingers and doing a little bit of braille. They might be like, oh, is this the kind of connection that I want here? How do you keep that really random where they're just reaching their hand into a container when there's an actual texture to the tiles? Again, I've been in situations where people have done that, so it's something to consider. And that's why all of these like very raised tiles like this, like it'd be real easy to spot what these are in a bag, even not even be able to see what's in the bag. So I just took them out of the bag, took them out of there. Now I'm gonna get me some little nice little dots of light out here. There we go. That's what I've been waiting to see. I just gotta wait for that stuff to set, though. You can see it's real easy to do these, right? Now that all of this paint has been on here for a while. It's been on here for hours now, in some cases. Because, well, gee whiz, now we've been doing this almost 4 hours. Well, look at that. There you go. Do I have to write that into the rule there, Horns fan? Or sorry, the surface tension that token fondling is not allowed? Yes, token fondlers will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Now I'm going to try. Here, let me do something here. I'm not sure this will work, but I'm going to try it anyhows. You know what? That might not be so. Yeah, that might actually work. It'll work if I do this. Where's my dark stuff here? Prussian blue. Around the outside here. Okay, there we are. All right. Wait a minute. Let me try my super light stuff one more time on this. Up there. Okay. I'll say. All right. Yeah, I'll roll with that. That's good. I'll take it. Some lights over there. Phthalo green. Some of our radiant green. And that's gonna start going in here. So kind of like a mid-tone-ish type of deal in there. Kind of a bit of a mid-tone, a very high saturation mid-tone, that's for sure. Super high saturation. And that's here we go again. Some of the branches and such. Again, I've had to wait to do all this. I've been wanting to do this for a while now. And now there we go. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. Like, boy, I really wish I could do that. Nope, gotta wait a little more. Because I would be doing stuff on her. It's like, nope, it is not ready for that. I have to wait for that to set more. Now, this, of course, is the fabulous Williamsburg Phthalo Green. Since it was left over again from the Nimue video, I thought, well, what the heck? There's so many other alkyds being mixed with it. I think we'll be good. I think we'll be all right. Let me see what happens if I take, again, it's almost more of the radiant green, a little bit of the yellow there. What do we have here? Again, kind of extending the branches out a little bit further. This way, that way. Should, there we go. I'm going to maybe bring some of that out here too. Why not? Let's have a party out here. Getting some green in our golds here. Look at that. Bam. Ooh, I like that. I like that a bunch. I bet you, well, maybe we'll do a film noir on this. And see if you can actually, like, how this green just kind of disappears because it's a color thing. That's not a value thing. We're not changing any value there. That's a color thing. Couple hits of it. Let's do that. Let's do that. Wait a minute. Let me try this real quick here. There we go. Okay. All right. Now let's do this. So we're going to do film noir on this. And I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Wasn't a value thing. That was a color thing. Looks really, really different without the, again, that saturated color, the contrast of the golds and the kind of burnt oranges, and now this really intense green. And I mean really intense green. It's not like the alkyd version of phthalo green would be super dingy. It just, again, it's Williamsburg. I mean, even a regular oil paint Winsor Newton would not quite do the same thing that the Williamsburg phthalo green was. Not even close. Because you're paying at least twice as much for that phthalo green from Williamsburg than you are from Winsor Newton. All right, let me do this. So yeah, I appreciate everybody sticking with me. I was not sure if anybody was even going to want to see game tiles being painted. I'm like, what in the world is that? There are many more of these to paint, so uh, mostly, especially these. Well, no, these. Yeah, there's a bunch more of these. Oh, speaking of which, I wanted to get since I got my fast matte white, I was waiting for that on here. I was like, wait a minute, there was something else major that needed something that was fast and matte and also white. That would be this. Boom! Look at that. I mean, immediately stands out where it was not too long ago. There we look at this. See that? We had to do all the setup stuff first for this to have any kind of impact. We had to set up everything else first with all of those kind of the mid-tones and all that. But yeah, now we got to kind of do that on the different faces here of our Grail relay. See if I can get the bottom of that a little bit. Yes. Around here and more on that. Okay. Now somebody else, you could just spray this right with gold whatever, and then do some kind of either dry brushy stuff on it or some kind of a wash or something. If you just want to make it gold without doing all of this, you don't have to do this. If you have printed, well, if you've first of all purchased the game, then printed all the tiles. It's your thing. You do however you do with it as you will. It is your thing then. Which I think this would look just as fine, you know, especially with some of that nifty, like really intense gold stuff or interference. That's it. Yes, interference gold or interference colors in general. That could be very interesting on all of the tiles. Actually, is some kind of interference. That was that color shifting stuff. That could make for some interesting tile painting as well. So again, that really makes a big difference on this baby. Really starting to stand out here. Actually, Camda, all kidding aside, that like for the dice and stuff, I might I know I have like the Army Painter anti-shine, but I was kind of thinking I might actually get some kind of spray varnish of some kind for these because they might get kind of bashed around. I might end up doing that. I'm not sure, but that's something I might do. Trying to lighten you up here a little bit on that side. There's another area I still got to hit with my light handle on the top of this first. Now in here. Another little area there. This guy down here does not really have much of that at all. Now we have some. We're missing a little bit on that corner. Come on. Again, it's a little bit tough to reach. When I paint the other ones, I'm not going to be painting them quite like this. Again, I'm learning lessons all the time here. All the time, learning lots of lessons. This whole entire process has been one heck of a lesson. And, you know, not just creating a game, but creating the figures and things like these game pieces here. So those other games, like the baseball strategy game and some of my other stuff, you can bet that these have given me some ideas on how to make that happen. Well, technically, well, this is the first time I've painted hexes, but I did paint a bunch of tiles. I actually painted a bunch of square scopy tiles for the baseball game because we didn't want to have just light printed paper things. So I actually took Scopy and cut it into tons of squares and actually painted all of the player information on there as well as like a little representation of a baseball field. Did that hundreds of times. Let's see, 16 teams, 25 players, 25-man roster times 16. That's how many I had to paint. Maybe that's why I never made tile-based games before. There's this leftover trauma there. That was a big thing. I don't know if people really do that too much anymore. The dipping system, right? They would literally just, Marty did it. He would dip it in some kind of like varnish or something like that. And it had like a tan color to it. So again, something like you would put on wood, wood stain. That's it. Something like a wood stain. And well, since it was probably an oil-based type thing, it was supposed to, I think, have that capillary action. Let me. It's too much of the thinner there. Too much capillary action. We're trying to get less. So again, our Friday stream would be again all about trying to paint up the last few of these that we're missing here. I wonder. I don't think we. Oh, was it? It was the strong tones. Maybe that was kind of like a successor or a what would you say, a more precise version of the dips or something like that. Maybe that was the strong tones. I'm just trying to complete, because it says these, I kind of missed out on a little bit of the blue out here. So just trying to get that better. There we are. There we are. And then these edges here don't have a whole lot of stuffs on them. We got to get some stuff on these right here. I do have my lighter stuff here. Let me get the kind of top here with some light on it. A little bit up here. And there we go. We haven't done any of the light over. I'm just going to do a little dry brushy there. Let that mix. Again, oil paints, the wettest dry brush ever. Also, the original watercolor, right, Diadems? How you doing there, Diadems? Thank you so much. Wow, that's an interesting glowing frame there. Thank you so much, Diadems. Appreciate that. Yeah, I've never seen the glowing frame before. It's not like the glowing knobs, though. Right, Camden? Not like LOLO. It's not quite the same. So, Diadems, I hope that you are doing very well there. Great to see you. And thank you so much for the bitses. Appreciate that. Yeah, I looked over. I'm like, wait a minute. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Let me try to. There we go. So again, now this right here, this is the standard relay. So there's more. Obviously, there's as many of these as there is both of these combined, and then some. So this is not quite the super fancy relay right here. Less resources, but also again, it's gonna be less resistant to corruption for one thing. So that's always the you have to kind of think of that in terms of the characters and also things like the tiles. What is more resistant to corruption? And also, too, again, certain hexes are going to be a major resource drag for some characters than others. And of course, once you've exhausted a tile type, there's no more. So if you put out all of these regular ones, it's like, well, okay, we're gonna try to establish as many connections as we can. We're just gonna go cheap. Well, now you've exhausted all of these. All you got left are, grails and high relays. That's all you got left now. So again, another thing to consider. And I'm trying to make as many things for the players to consider as possible, because you want them to say, wow, there is no good decision, there's just less bad. Those tend to be the games with less inevitability, which is like, oh my gosh, there's a million things we have to do, we can't even do half of them. See you later, there's surface tension. So yeah, surface tension would be fabulous to see you print these out in a different material or whatever. So I'll try to get these to folks as soon as I can. Just it takes a little bit of time to get all these things into Google Drive folders and all that kind of stuff, because they're kind of scattered all over the place. Because remember, there's not just this stuff. There are hundreds of other files between like the player characters and all that other sort of stuff, and then the other systems. So there's a ton of stuff floating around on various machines too, because I'm not just rendering it all on one machine. I'm working on 7 now different devices. So thanks again, there's surface tension. That'll be super fabulous. I'm just gonna do this here. I'm gonna take this darker stuff. Again, trying to tighten up a few little edges here. Do that up here. Do that all along here underneath this. Whoops, didn't mean to stick my finger there. Let me try to get all these little side bits here. We already did that one. We haven't done this one yet. I think nope, we haven't done that one yet. Now I gotta do the other side. That's a little bit of our Prussian blue, and then some of the little bit of Mars black. Now again, as far as the Saturday stream goes, if I get to stream on Saturday, it might be pretty darn close to Sunday, because again, I will be gone for a whole bunch of Saturday. So we'll see what happens. Again, it's going to be kind of some little bit of a randomness to the stream days and times, I think, this weekend here. But I do appreciate everybody being here. Thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. I'm going to actually zoom out a bit so we can see more of our tiles here that we were working on. So again, here's our relay tiles, regular, high, and grail. And then here's our 2 one-of-a-kind. Again, everybody's start point here, Avalon, and then there's your round table there. And then again, our corruption marker here. So again, if one of these is corrupted, it gets one of these. So appreciate everything. Thank you so much. Now it's after 4 in the morning here. We got tons of stuff we have to do. Again, we will be painting up more of these on the Friday stream. So looking forward to that. Gonna head on over to Zelica here, I think. Yes, indeed. Let's do that. Heading over to Zelica. So this has been super, super fun. Really enjoyed this. Hopefully it's a little object source lighting and even non-metallic metal tutorial as well. So thanks again, everybody, and we'll see you on Friday later today.